Gun and a 6-string, man, that was country, and that's the way country still ought to be. It was lived not taught, it was earned not bought, had to put in the work to get to the top, let me tell you, but I think's really gone wrong. These days it's all wannabes singing someone else's songs. Everybody's doing the same damn thing. Where have the rebels gone? 'Cause we don't need another pretty boy singing pretty songs. Fake country boys doing country all wrong. You need another haggard or a Johnny Cash, somebody chewing backer and whipping ass. I need a preacher, I need a savior, how about y'all? Can I get a outlaw? It don't have to be honky-tonks, boots and Wrangler jeans. It ain't the banjo or the fiddle, no. It's the words and what they mean. If you're gonna talk the talk, you better walk the walk. And brother, that's the truth. So honestly, what would Waylon do? I can guarantee if he was alive today, he'd ask us one more time, "Boss, you sure ain't done it this way." We don't need another pretty boy singing pretty songs. Fake country boys doing country all wrong. We need another haggard or a Johnny Cash, somebody chewing backer and whipping ass. I need a preacher, I need a savior, how about y'all? Can I get a outlaw?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight as gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular up on spur, singing out, yeah, through the night, that our flag was
Condominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone. He's in. Touchdown. Williams with a throw to the plate. He's going to score. It's a walk-off. Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right. Greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros, who are always there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands. SC.com. The sun's finally coming out. It's been foggy here. And so, just picture the fog rolling on the back hills of your property. You're sitting out on that palm casual back porch in a brand new Barndo. That's what you could be doing maybe in the fall, getting ready for football. It's Thursday. We're getting ready for football on Thursday, the college football playoff tonight. Head to the barndoco.com to build that dream home. And we'll just tie them all in here, Mike, because they're all worthy of this. You could be eating your game day nuts while you're sitting out there, too, having a smoked old-fashioned. I've perfected that, by the way. Head to GameDayNuts.net or pull up the Chief Sports app. If you haven't downloaded the Chief Sports app, I don't know where you've been for the last 3 years, but we appreciate you finally doing that. GameDayNuts.net, also on the homepage of our app. That's Mike. I'm JB. We are all alone today. Nobody wanted to hang out with us. No, that's not true. We could get JC in if there is some breaking news from the portal stuff for South Carolina. I'm not going to read Hale McGranahan's report. I don't think that would be very professional of me, although there are people out there who take their information and then report it as their own. We see it every day. But Hale has a significant update this morning as far as the offensive line portal recruiting goes. South Carolina has had some big names in. We are on commitment watch for some of those names. I can tell you that. And there are new names. Credit to Alex Jones of the Big Spur also for being on top of that. And credit to our buddies over at Gamecock Central, Chris and Wes, and those guys are doing tremendous work at following all this around. Mike, maybe the best player in the portal is he's certainly one of the best. He could be the best, is Chaz Coleman, defensive end out of Penn State. And the Gamecocks flew up there to see him last night in his hometown in Ohio. And that has been reported, and they feel like they've got a shot at this thing to get him to campus and maybe lure him into the Garnet and Black and continue to play for Deion Barnes, who he played for this past season in Happy Valley. He, of course, would be opposite of Dylan Stewart if he were to make his way to Columbia, South Carolina. So Carolina is 6 days into this thing, and it's really starting to crank up. We are going to keep our eyes on, commitment watch for some players up front and elsewhere for the Gamecocks. But, Mr. Morgan, tonight the semifinals kick off in college football. Miami and Ole Miss are set to go, and one of them will be playing for a national championship. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. Good morning. We'll in the Kia's drive around the SEC, JT's Kia, we will go over a lot of the portal moves that have taken place throughout the SEC, which really in a lot of ways has trumped the coverage of national recruiting. They're both important, as we all know. And I think if you were to kind of look at it 1 through 16, we've talked about who are the portal programs, kind of the programs that rely on it heavily. Ole Miss is right there near the top of the list. I would say Carolina is more on the opposite side. They're closer to like a Georgia, Alabama, that, yes, everybody gets guys in the portal. But it seems to me the strategy from Shane on down is more to let's build it in-house. Let's use the portal to complement what we have, but let's not be dependent and reliant on the portal. Now, to go back to our conversation with Hale yesterday, sometimes you can't afford to wait. So in a situation when you're in dire need, like the offensive line, you had to go portal heavy. You will go portal heavy on the O line. But Carolina does have a luxury where they return a bunch of wide receivers, starting quarterback, one of the best defensive ends in all of college football. A lot of schools don't have that luxury, and especially coming off of 4-8. That's almost unheard of. So the portal is going to be big, but it's not going to be this is the lifeblood of the program, as some programs have done, including in the Southeastern Conference, because they simply don't have the track record of being able to recruit well. They don't perennially appear in the top 20 of the national recruiting rankings. So I find it fascinating. I mean, to me, like what we're going through right now in college football, and you could make a case in college athletics overall, but predominantly football, it's like a case study, Jamie.
Yeah. Oh,
we're,
yeah.
We're kind of looking, everybody copies off everybody's paper, right? Everybody cheats. If somebody is doing it very successfully, well, they're going to be copycatted. I guarantee you, every non-blue blood is looking at what's going on in Bloomington, Indiana, and saying, how did they find the secret sauce? It can't be as simple as, well, Kurt Signetti is this terrific coach who motivates and comes up with great schemes. There has to be something in the way they have compiled their roster that maybe a team that hasn't had great success over the years can look at and say, they're on to something over there. Let's do some of that. And then there's other programs. Again, if you are Georgia, you just sit there and you pick of the money, pick of the litter. You don't have to necessarily go that way. You get a few guys in the portal. I know Georgia's eliminated, but where would they have been without Zachariah Branch, for example? I mean, he damn near won that playoff game by himself. Certainly was Georgia's one wide receiver that you feared. So they went to the portal to get some key guys, but for the most part, they're built on recruiting. And some programs, again, Texas, have that luxury. Most do not. So I find myself, obviously with JC, nobody covers recruiting any better. I find myself looking more at what everybody's doing in the portal right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think part of being in the old days, and you're right about this. I love the term case study. I do feel like I'll look back on my life. I'm 40. I just turned 40 last month. So I feel like in like 20 years. Oh man, I'll be 60. That's all right. I feel better. Maybe I'll feel better at 60 than I do at 40.
60 is the new 40.
That's what they tell me. I mean, I can't throw a baseball anymore. My back's falling apart. But besides that, everything's fine. But I do feel like in 20 years we'll look back and we'll go, do you remember that time? Remember how crazy that was? How did it get to that point? If college football's still around, who knows what'll happen by then. But I agree with that 100%. On the Kurt Signetti thing, I think that there's a lot of stuff that can be true about this situation here. Number one, starting with him, he is an excellent head coach, and my reasoning for saying that is not necessarily the record, Mike. Like the record is the reflection of him as a leader and as a head coach. It's more about listening to those that I have immense respect for, notably guys like Nick Saban, and how they talk about some of these guys. And when they do talk about them, what do they reference in their coaching style that is impressive to them? And accountability is a big thing in Indiana. You can tell when they play football, like they don't shoot themselves in the foot. They don't make mistakes. They're as tough as any football team in America. And yes, of course, they are talented. And that's the other part of this when it comes to what makes a great head football or a great coach in general, baseball, basketball, football, whatever the case is. We know that money's involved. We know that allegiance isn't once where it was. We know that there essentially are no rules. Got it. So how do you create the best method for you in roster construction, right? Like what is important to you as the head football coach, and then down the trickle down effect there to all of your assistants, your, what do we call guys like Darren Usher now? Basically a general manager. I mean, that's basically what I know. He's like director of player personnel at South Carolina, but it's essentially a GM.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
you say, this is how I want this roster constructed because these are the things that are important to me as a head coach. If this kid doesn't check this box, I don't care how good he is. We're not recruiting him. And it takes a lot of balls to be able to stay in that lane. Like, think about it, right, Mike? Like, you and I mean, we just had a big meeting yesterday with Chief, right? And we could find the best personality out there for what we do in sports entertainment every day. That's what we do, right? This is here for information and entertainment. But he might not fit who we are and the things that are important to you and JC and me and Phil and the rest of our team around here. But he might be the best, but he just might not fit us. But it's also pretty sexy to be like, God, but he is so good. Let's just take a chance on him. And that could blow up in your face. And you see it in college football. You might not hear the stories, but it happens at every program in America. So I think a guy like Curt Cignetti knows exactly who he is, knows exactly what he wants. He sticks to his guns, and here they are. And they just rep that same thing over and over and over and over again. And Indiana is probably the best team in college football.
Well, yeah, and it's a case study on hiring that goes on constantly. That never stops, right?
Right.
And obviously Gamecock fans have a lot of opinions on coaches that have been hired over the many years. And I think for a lot of Carolina fans, it goes back in some cases as long as they've been on planet Earth, right? With the exception of Steve Spurrier, with the exception of Ray Tanner, like how many of the hires that have been made in football, men's basketball, and baseball does Gamecock Nation truly feel like, oh yeah, nailed that one. Nailed it. Perfect. Like, where is your Curt Cignetti? Steve Spurrier, I've said this many times, and Dr. McGee will always get the credit for bringing him in. But Steve wanted the South Carolina job.
Yes, he did.
Mike McGee didn't have to, like, give some great sales pitch over a nice steak dinner in the Vista. Steve wanted back in the SEC, and he wanted to go somewhere. Steve's really big on, see that ACC title at Duke in '89?
Yeah.
I did that. Nobody else did. See what the seven SEC titles at Florida National Championship, and nobody else did that. I did. He wanted to come to South Carolina. He saw a little bit of glimpses of success under Lou and said, yeah, I'm going to become the winningest coach there too. He didn't want to go to Alabama. That's you're not going to like surpass Bear Bryant. He didn't want to go to some of the other schools that were rumored. He wanted a job like South Carolina. He did it. So that's not one where you had to work really hard to get him, right? He'd just been fired by, at the time, the Washington Redskins. He wanted back in. I could never see Steve coaching the ACC again. I think he would have been bored. He wanted an SEC job, and he wanted to take a program to new heights that they've never seen before. It's exactly what he did. So outside of that, like, where are the hires? Like, Cignetti is such a high bar. I mean, he hadn't won a title yet, but where are those, right? Or in basketball, as I watch Vanderbilt undefeated with another win last night, as I just had the buckyball game, and I think he's going to do great things at A&M. Where's the hire, the secret sauce hire there? Cignetti is a guy, I don't know if there's a single SEC athletic director of the 16 that would have had the stones to make that hire. Because keep in mind, he came from JMU, which most of his success came when they were a 1AA program. How many SEC fan bases are cool with hiring a 1AA coach? Who happens to be 64 when you hire him? Not 32.
How many? Yeah, exactly. How many? It's very little, because the only way that you could get away with that right now is if you have I'm going to say this, but I hope you understand what I'm saying, because I am so respectful of Indiana. I love that state, and I love the people of that state and their fandom for that school. But the only way that you could get away with that is going to a school that virtually doesn't care about football. Like Indiana was the worst program in the history of college football.
Right.
Like, I mean, it was like, it doesn't matter who they hire. We're not going to be any good.
Right.
So just pass it. When's basketball season? Oh, okay, November 6th. Perfect. That's the only way you can get away with it. You can't get away with that in the SEC. You and I just had this conversation like 3 or 4 weeks ago about if or when all the jobs were going on, remember? And I was like, if you're Florida or LSU, why would you go after anybody but Kurt Signetti? And you said, not like defending them, you were saying just how it is, the conversation we're having now, because he's too old. Well, what does that have to do with anything? The guy wins. That's not you saying that. You're just regard. So you can't get away with that in this league. You can't get away with that in Ohio. I mean, I know Michigan just hired Kyle Whittingham, but he came from a Power 5 team, not the FCS.
And
so
won
you hire
multiple conference championships and was won almost every year at Utah. And of course, they're trying to erase the disgrace that was Sharon Moore. So they needed somebody who also had a modicum of values and integrity. So that kind of
let's start here.
Every other hire's been made. Let's do this, and let's get a guy who's not going to humiliate us. Okay, Kyle Whittingham, you're the guy. Those were very unique circumstances.
Hey, Kyle, do you spy on your opponents? No. Do you happen to sleep with the girl that works in your office? Not that I can recall. You know what? He's a shooter.
Yeah. Dynamite. Yes, let's go with that. No, I mean, I honestly think had any SEC program made the hire of Kurt Signetti from JMU when that hire was made, they would have been trashed by their own fan base immediately. Yeah. And somehow he's got the secret sauce. I'll talk more about this later too in the drive, but all 4 coaches left are from the Saban tree. Now some were there longer than others, like Lanning had just a cup of coffee there. It's not like he was some longtime coordinator, but they were all there. It is pretty amazing to see that. It's I'll never forget. Again, this was Saban's second to last year, and my analyst and I, in preparation for the game, I don't usually do this. We went to an entire practice because my analyst was a former coach. He knew Nick. I was like, yeah, I'll go. So we go inside that bubble over there in Tuscaloosa. And I watched it for 2.5 hours. And I'd seen other teams practice before, obviously. This was amazing. It was like this military operation. It was so smooth and so crisp. And everything was organized beyond belief. There's no doubting why he's the GOAT. And there's no doubting why all of his former assistants seem to be doing great things. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't even include Kirby Smart, the most successful of them all, who, of course, got to another playoff but is eliminated. But the 4 there now all have ties to Saban. I don't know if we'll ever see that again, Jamie. I mean, that's pretty amazing.
It just, again, I think Nick Saban is to this day the most important figure in college football. And I am one of the believers that he is literally the only one who could get things corrected. I mean, he'll get pushback with a lot of decisions he makes, but that's because everybody, like you talk about all the time, has their own agenda. They don't really care that he has the best interest of the entire sport. Virtually everything the guy has said about every change that was set to be made in college football has come true. Almost every single, I mean, he was like, you want to make bowl season insignificant? Expand the playoff without a real plan. Go for it. Well, what happened? You want to pay the players? Might want to put some structure around this before you just start giving in to all this stuff. What happened? Oh, you want to have a transfer portal? We don't have any structure for a transfer portal. You just leave when you want to. This is going to tear apart programs left and right. It's going to really hurt the G5 programs. Oh, no, it's going to be fine. What's happened? I mean, it's everything he says ends up being true. So
he's de facto commissioner, but with no power to govern.
No,
Because
I know.
everybody listens to what he says, and what he says is pretty much spot on, but he has no power. Nobody does really.
Well, he's got a
Brother
little
here.
bit of power because he doesn't mind saying shit whenever he feels like it on College Game Day, and they're not going to do a dang thing about it. You know,
No, he and McAfee both can issue the 7 dirty words and still be okay. So
it's okay.
just a little bit. Some of us have to use a little more discretion.
Oh,
But
mhm.
no, those two pretty much have the golden key on the language.
Hey, by the way, I want to say that again. Good on College Game Day. Like, for years we all speculated, like, what are you going to do when Lee Corso's gone? You can't replace Lee Corso regardless of whether he was going downhill or not. You just can't like redo that shtick. You can't do it. It's impossible. They nailed it. They nailed it.
Yeah,
You don't replace him. You just alter it a little bit.
No,
And
I didn't know what to expect from McAfee. I didn't watch his, podcast or what have you. Now I enjoy it, and I watch his show from time to time.
I do
It's the
too.
one panel show. I don't need two guys giving disingenuous arguments every morning for a few hours. That
Well,
doesn't really do
why
much
not?
for me. Yeah, it's just not like I feel my brain just sinking, and I don't have many IQ points that I can surrender and still be a functioning adult. So I try to avoid mind numbing. Okay, LeBron,
Yeah.
who's
Oh, yeah.
better, LeBron or Saban? But what McAfee does is it's good, and then he leans on, no matter what you think of ESPN, they do have an incredible storage closet of analysts that can come on and break down anything from NFL playoffs to the college football offseason to Major League Baseball. They've got it all. And McAfee and his boys, they all have those guys on, and have a lot of guys that don't go on any other shows go on that one.
Yeah.
And they'll just chop it up for 30 minutes. And for me, it's great television.
Not to interrupt you. You're gonna be like, what just happened here? But I'm gonna take
We
you.
got breaking news.
No, it's not breaking news at all. But you had asked a question. You had asked a question earlier about like, oh, if you're South Carolina, who was that guy or whatever. And of course, that got me thinking about things. And just it would have been really neat to be around in 1964 when they hired Frank McGuire from North Carolina, who just 3 years prior to that, or 4 years prior to that, whatever it was, had won. No, not 4 years. It was like 8 years. They had won a national championship, with the Tar Heels. Like, you hired
Will
Frank McGuire?
Chamberlain, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and then the guy comes to South Carolina. But I typed in Frank McGuire just anytime we talk about things. I like to do a little
Sure.
research here and there just in case. Did you know? Here's a trivia quote. So when you get old and retired, you don't have anything to do, you're sitting at the local bar doing, sports trivia for people and stuff like that.
Welcome to D's. Here's Mike on Trivia Tuesday.
That's right. That's right. Did you know that in 1949, Frank McGuire took St. John's to the College World Series? He was the college baseball coach at St. John's.
I did not know that.
For 5 seasons. Yeah.
I did not know that.
I mean, this guy. They hired a College World Series coach to coach the basketball team at South Carolina.
How about that? No, but that was a heck of a higher bet. It was before our time, obviously, but working around people like Casey Manning and others, there's no understating how big that was to get Frank McGuire to come to South Carolina. You look at, the best the best coaches in all sports that have come to Carolina, most of them had a track record somewhere else, right? We talked about Steve, Lou, Frank. Now, Ray obviously came from NC State, didn't have that kind of track record. Nobody was winning a title there for a program that didn't have lights for their baseball program. But yeah, that had been kind of and that was the Mike McGee way. Get the big name, get the established guy, take the guesswork out of it. But now it's, that's not always available. Like,
No.
how many times did people say, "Oh, Cignetti's going to take the Penn State job"? Indiana has the cash. if you're in the Big Ten and you're in the SEC, now some have more monies via collective to spend on players than others. That's well known. Everybody would love to have a Cody Campbell. Everybody would love whatever sugar daddy is feeding Miami all these first-round draft picks on the line of scrimmage. You'd love to have that guy, or guys, plural. But from the TV revenue and everything else, if you're in the SEC and you're in the Big Ten, you can't cry poor. You've got money. So you shouldn't lose your very successful coach to another Power 4 job, right? The Lane Kiffin situation, that wasn't about money. That's not about money. Ole Miss had whatever LSU offered, Ole Miss matched it. That was about a guy who just thought he could take Ole Miss only so far. 3 10-win seasons in 4 years. And that at LSU, he says, gosh, Les Miles and Ed Orgeron won a national title. You don't think I can win a national title? That's what that came down to. Came down to.
What if Ole Miss wins the national championship? Do you think he'll regret leaving?
I mean, he'll get another bonus check, but I think he's already made $750. Yeah, I think that maybe part of him will. You know, he won't show that. He'll be like, hey, I'm so proud of my guys when we put that team together, et cetera, et cetera. But I think there's a part of him that would look at it and go, maybe the grass isn't greener. I mean, he's going to feel that if LSU stumbles, you know, the moment LSU doesn't make a playoff, he's going to feel it. This is not a 5-year plan to win a national title. He may get 3. May. And I'm not saying they're going to fire him. I don't even know the way that contract is written. He had so much leverage. He might be unfireable. But they'll be all over his ass. I'll tell you that. If he's not playing for a national championship in year 2, year 3, because you don't need 5 years. Look at what they're doing. I mean, he's got every 5-star portal quarterback sitting next to him at LSU basketball games. And with a checkbook that says between 4 and 5 million. They're not waiting in Baton Rouge. They want it now. And in this day and age, you look at what's gone on in Lubbock, you look at how quickly they got it turned around in Miami. You can buy your way to the party faster than ever. It doesn't take 3 to 5 years.
Funny you say that. There's something, a little piece of that is part of the morning show scramble that's coming up here in just a couple of minutes. I mentioned this yesterday, and I'll remind everybody before Mike gets us into a timeout, all short sleeve Under Armour shirts right now, all short sleeve, listen closely, all short sleeve Under Armour shirts at Gamecock Tradition are 50% off. And I ordered a couple of yesterday to give to a couple of folks who I'm close to. These aren't like the cotton T-shirts that you used to sweat to death. These are like sideline game shirts that you see basketball, baseball, football wearing around. 50% off. So you can get them for $18, $19, $20. It's a pretty good deal. Go to GamecockTraditions.com and order yours today. All right, Mike, take us to a timeout so we can scramble it when we return.
When you're wearing those shirts, when you go to D's for lunch or for dinner, if you want to wear a bib, that's okay. Maybe put a little napkin under there, tuck it away, avoid the sauce getting on that beautiful shirt. That's okay too. Just make sure that you make the right choice for lunch or for dinner. And D's Wings has been that choice for over a couple of decades now. 415 Meeting Street, West Columbia. Billy and his incredible staff there have been doing it since 1988. The daily specials are always great. You know about the wings. The daily special on Tuesday is Taco Tuesday, carnitas tacos, firecracker shrimp tacos. Wednesday, 18 wings and a pitcher of beer, $29. But there's so much more there. Everything they have, sandwiches, burgers, soups, desserts, it's all good. And again, always a human answering the phone for takeout orders, and no party is too big if you just give them a call. D's Wings, West Columbia, a staple in the Midlands for over 20 years.
We will scramble it when we come back, and you might want to pay attention if Mike chooses, and I think he will, one of our local morning show scramble, not question statements, however you want to word that. Might want to pay attention. One of them's about a top returning player to South Carolina. Some things you probably didn't realize. Hang tight. The morning show built by the Barndo Co. will be right back.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
For over 80 years, the West Law Firm has delivered hard work, honest advice, and real results, and is a law firm built on family that delivers for families in South Carolina. They represent clients through personal injury, criminal defense, car, DUI, and boating accidents, and more. Built on blue collar, representing blue collar, the West Law Firm understands the importance of dedication and experience needed for representation, but with a foxhole mentality. Visit westlawfirmsc.com. westlawfirmsc.com. Get comfortable with our team and learn why we should be a part of yours when you need us. Go Gamecocks!
I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
It's the end of the model year, and you know what that means at JT's Kia, huge holiday savings.
Up to $10,000 off brand new JT's Kias. We've never had discounts like that.
Drive a new Kia Sorento just $199 a month, or a 2026 Kia Sportage just $159 a month.
Better quality, better warranty, and thousands less than other imports.
No matter your credit, JT can help you get it.
Year-end savings, so you better hurry.
I-77 at Killian Road.
JT's Kia.
Kia Season of New Tradition sales event.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience and service, second to none. Residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
It's time for the morning show scramble. On Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by GameDayNuts.net, part of the Chief Sports Network.
All right. Okay. So you got the game music and everything here. 10:37, hour one, morning show, January the 8th. We are monitoring the portal for anybody. I did see something in the chat box during the break. Clint asked, over under on portal commitments by Sunday. I'll go with 4. Do you mean total or new from where they stand now? Because if you mean total, I think it's he's got to be Clint. I'm sure you're asking about in addition to what they already have. But just out of curiosity, I'll come back and answer that. When
what do you think the total would be?
Oh, new ones. Okay. Yeah, I think I would say because I was about to say because they already have 4. So I could, Clint. I know you could be a little pessimistic. I didn't think you were going to be that pessimistic, and he wasn't being. So I'll go with I'll go over that. I think that they will have
4 plus 4?
5 or 6. Yeah.
4 plus 2.
No, I think they'll have like 5 or 6 new ones by Sunday night.
So close to 10 total.
Yeah, yeah, I think they'll have 9 or 10 total. I believe.
What was the number last year? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't know, 16 or 14 or something like that.
Was that many?
Yeah, that's about normal now. I mean, because they bring in 16. Well, they brought in a smaller high school class this year, but Darren told me generally that high school class is going to be 15 to 20 kids just in general. So, every year there might be a year where it comes more, but
yeah,
never be less than that. 18, man, Brandon. Wow. It's a good question. Thanks for hijacking the segment, Clint. You're the man. I didn't have to actually pay attention. I did. No, I'm just kidding. All right. We love Clint. That's a great question.
We'll do some more numbers on the portal, like I said, later on in the
we got
Kia's drive and all that good stuff. By the way, Mike McDaniel, speaking of hijacking the segment, Mike McDaniel's been fired by the Dolphins. They waited till not Black Monday. They waited till Black Thursday to fire their coach.
Love Black Thursday. All right. Local, regional,
do that with your
national.
We'll start national and work our way up or down.
Starting national. Okay. What would be the most entertaining college football playoff national championship? Entertaining of the 4 teams that are left.
I love the Ole Miss story. Indiana on one side is going to be my answer. On the other side, you could go either way. I personally think Miami's more talented than Ole Miss. That's why they're a slight favorite. I could see that game going either way. But, Chambliss is so entertaining himself. So I'll go Ole Miss. Miami might be the better opponent, but I'll go Ole Miss. Ole Miss, Indiana.
Doesn't it kind of feel like it's like, oh yeah, Oregon's in there?
Most people just haven't seen much of Oregon. I had them early on. I think I said in September, Dante Moore to me, of all the QBs out there that I've seen in the SEC and otherwise, like that's the kid that's going to be drafted ahead of all of them. I just watch him throw the ball, and it's just different. He's incredibly skilled, and he's going to be a first-round draft pick. But Oregon's kind of a mystery. Like most people don't know, Uiagalelei's brother is a stud defensive lineman on that team. But most people don't know a lot about Oregon. They don't watch them. Maybe you saw the game at Penn State that pretty much took the soul of James Franklin and the Nittany Lions. They never recovered from that overtime loss. And eventually, of course, James got fired. But I don't think people know what's going on at Oregon the way they do. And a lot of that's geography, quite frankly. I mean, if Oregon was on the East Coast, more and more eyeballs would be on them. But they're not.
Yeah.
They're out there 3,000 miles away, and you don't think about them. And then in a couple of showcase games in the Big Ten, you see. And the game against Texas Tech, that was my fear for the Red Raiders all year long. As great as they are in defense, and that's an SEC defense, they basically only allowed 16 points to Oregon. The little pylon touchdown at the end, but offensively, they were not explosive. Baron Morton, okay, not great. Wide receivers, okay, not great. That caught up to them. Oregon has, they got a 5-star who I think was the number 1 wide receiver recruit in the country. If not, he was very close to it. They're good on the line. They're kind of the OG of new money. They've been, for the last, 20 years, thanks to Phil Knight, they've been spending a ton of money. Now, of course, none of that filtered to the players, Jamie. I'm not implying. that players used to get paid before NIL. Of course not. It was all based on swag and great Oregon Nike gear. That's what got everybody to go to Eugene.
And
but
weed. Yeah.
Yes. But no, I mean they've been doing this model long before some other schools have. But I'll go to answer your question. I'll go Ole Miss, Indiana. Who didn't have Ole Miss and Indiana in the championship game back in August? I think we all predicted that, didn't we?
It would probably be the most the most unpredictable CFP or college football national championship game probably of our lifetime. I would imagine. I can't think of a year where there wasn't some sort of blue blood that was in there, and neither one of them are blue bloods in the sport. I mean, they might be currently, but not historically. No. I
mean, I was a kid when BYU won the title in '84 to beat Michigan, but Michigan is a blue blood, and that wasn't 1 versus 2. That Michigan team was like 6-5.
Yeah.
So that's the way we did it back then in the convoluted way of picking champions. But BYU obviously was an untraditional power. Lavelle Edwards, they threw for a bunch of yards and they won a championship. But you're right. I mean, in the modern day, going back to 20 years of the BCS and however many years of a playoff, you've always got at least one of these heavyweights, blue bloods, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. And of the teams that are left, the most historical blue blood that's in there is Miami. That's the key tonight. Is everybody's talking about Ole Miss, at least in our neck of the woods. The key tonight is the Miami defense. If they continue playing the way that they're playing, they're going to win the game.
And to your point, the key to that is, and I love Trinidad Chambliss, but if Kejuan Lacey can't run the ball, Ole Miss is cooked.
It's over. Yeah,
it's over. If they just become predictable and Messidor and Bain can pin their ears back and just go after him, you could scramble out of some things, but if both defensive ends are getting in the backfield, it's pretty hard to scramble out of that mess. And this just in, they're good in the back seven as well. How about this for a little factoid? You mentioned Miami being a blue blood. They certainly were. But since they joined the ACC back in 2004, they've never won an ACC championship. And Ole Miss has never even been to the SEC championship game since it started in 92. So these are two teams that haven't even flirted with winning their own conference.
I don't even think, has Miami even played for one?
I don't think so. Maybe they went to it. Maybe they went one time
and
lost, but they've never won when they joined the ACC in 04, it was like, okay, we'll just alternate. FSU, you win it odd years. Miami, you win it even years. And we'll just go back and forth and we'll be a two-trick pony. And then they both simultaneously hit the crapper and paved the way for programs like Clemson to actually be relevant on a national scale.
Yeah. It's a great point. Good job. Nice tidbit there.
I try to bring some artillery to this great segment.
Well, you did. You're very successful at that. You mentioned scramble. Let's keep scrambling.
Local,
regional. Okay. All right.
I already have my answer prepared.
Okay. Better chance of happening. Lane Kiffin and LSU make the 26-27 playoffs next year, or Vanderbilt makes the Final Four.
What was the first one again?
LSU and Lane Kiffin in his first year make the playoffs, or Vanderbilt makes the Final Four.
This year?
This year.
Okay.
Better chance of happening.
I certainly don't want to get anchored down nation. I don't want to get on their bad side, but I am going to say LSU.
Oh.
Look, Coach Byington's done a phenomenal job. I love the hire when they made it. Yes. They're still undefeated. I mean, Vanderbilt is going to be a top 10 basketball. Jerry Stackhouse was there 6 years and couldn't scratch the tournament. And this guy comes in year one with a very average roster, quite honestly, takes him to the tournament. And now this year, they're one of the best teams in the country. But the Final Four is very difficult. There's some, like we haven't talked about Michigan, BYU. If you haven't seen the AJ DeBonza kid, he's probably the best player in college basketball and the number one pick. There's a lot of teams that are really, really good that we just don't talk about.
What's the just off? And here's another bonus scramble question. What's the better story in college basketball right now, Vanderbilt or Nebraska?
The mayor,
dude.
Yeah, it's a great story. Nebraska makes South Carolina look like a blue blood in basketball. I mean, Nebraska they haven't done anything worthwhile in the sport of college basketball since I can remember.
No.
They just don't. They haven't been. It doesn't matter what conference, Big 12, Big 10, Big 8. So, yeah, hats off to Fred Hoiberg and the job that he has done there.
They're not just a volleyball school anymore. All right.
Well, they lost. The Aggies clipped them. Did you know that? Texas A&M.
Oh, yeah.
I should have put that in the drive around the SEC. Congratulations to the Aggies winning their first championship of any kind.
Dude,
I know somebody who wrote wrote for a newspaper crowned them a football champion, but honestly, they had never won a championship at anything. The volleyball team, who they beat, Kentucky, another SEC team, to win.
It was all SEC final. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. NIL has infiltrated volleyball. All right, I'm assuming we're going local now.
We're going local, yes.
Okay. All right, here you go.
Boom.
Which is more likely? Nick Harbor has a 1,000-yard receiving season in 2026, or South Carolina allows less than 30 sacks. They have not allowed less than 30 sacks since 2020, and they only played 10 games that year, but they were all SEC games. What's more likely? Harbor has 1,000-yard receiving yards, or 1,000 or more, or Carolina allows less than 30 sacks this coming year?
Okay. I'm going to show my work. Remember when you had the math teacher and you got the answer? She's like, that's great. Show your work, Jamie. How'd you get that?
I'm going through that right now.
Yeah.
With my kids.
The brainiac right next to you who just happened to have the same answer. I'm going to say less than 30 sacks.
Okay.
Now, hear me out on this.
All right.
Nick Harbor will be the leading receiver in yardage for Carolina. And once again, he's going to take the cover off the defense a few times, even though they by now should have that scouted. But 1,000 is pretty ambitious. So, Mike, talk about ambitious. We keep leading the league in sacks. Okay. Offensive line has to be better. Lenora Sellers will take fewer sacks. He will throw it away more often. He won't take as many. They won't allow as much pressure. They get sacked 28 times. Nick Harbor gets 878 yards receiving. I'm going to take fewer than 30 sacks.
Okay.
You realize neither one of them might happen, but given the choice of the two, I'll take the under 30.
That would be significant for South Carolina. Let's put it that way. Since Shane Beamer has been in Columbia, 21 through 25, they have been sacked 185 times, and they
have
the
year-by-year breakdown of that.
I do. Yeah, it's
Can you read that?
Yeah, and it was 30 in 2021, 31 in 2022. And then the last 3 years have been incredibly awful.
40, right?
41 in 2023, 41 in 2024, and then this year 43. Lenora Sellers himself has been sacked 75 times in the last 2 years.
Okay. This is not going to be easy, but there's a path to get to 29.
Okay.
There's a path to get to 29, damn it. Get some dudes in the portal. Quick passing game.
Well, that will be part of it
Okay. We're gonna keep it very simple. A lot of quick passes.
I have some notes on Nick Harbor. A lot of things that probably a lot of people haven't realized. Mike, he's actually I was emailing with Steve Fink this morning that there's going to be a push for him when in the media guide next year, starting to mention some things. Number one, this year he had 20.6 yards per catch. That's third in school history in a single season, behind Ryan Bethea in 1986, who had 21.2, and Ira Hillary in 84, 20.9. Carolina has not had a wide receiver average over 20 yards per catch in a single season since Toby Cates did it in 1993. So it's been a while, 32 years. So,
well, yeah, it's hard to average over 20. I mean, that's
very,
because honestly, I'm not even sure if that's a great stat from the standpoint of, I want my wide receiver to be multidimensional. I don't want you to just be a guy, on the go pattern, you're my guy. So then you have a really gaudy yards per catch. Again, I love my guys on 3rd and 7 that give me 9 to 10. I need those guys. That's what that's what you need if you're going to be like a stud wide receiver. That's what Alshon Jeffrey was. I'm more concerned about that than I am yards per reception. But you're right. I mean, look, for much of his career, there's a limited route tree when you're talking about Harbor. He's not asked to do what a lot of wide receivers are asked to do. But maybe this year the hips get a little oilier. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's some things you can't teach. Straight line speed you can't teach, but neither can you teach the ability to get open and to run certain routes the way a smaller, like Nick Harbor in a lot of ways, like if you took them both into a lab, and obviously Harbor's faster, but not by a bunch. DK Metcalf. They both, if you just took them out of a lab and had them walk side by side, they look very similar. Big, imposing, chiseled, something that and incredibly fast. DK Metcalf is good, but he's not the dominating force people thought he would be coming out of Ole Miss. And he had a better reputation than Harbor at this stage in terms of being a guy that can be more than just a track guy, right?
Yeah.
But it didn't. DK's good. Don't get me wrong. He's made a lot of money in the NFL.
No, he just lost a lot of money too.
How's that?
For punching the fan.
Oh yeah, the suspension.
Yeah, the $45 million guarantee that went out the window. That wasn't very smart.
I know.
$45 million, not $45,000 or $450,000 or $4.5 million. $45 million. Woo!
But I would say one other thing on Harbor. I would say what I want to see more than yards per reception, I want to see receptions, period. I want to see Nick continue to evolve into this type of weapon. And maybe that's not fair. Maybe that's just not who he can be. But I think the extra year could only make him better.
I think that's where it was going. Yeah, let me give you a couple other notes on that. Number one, he needs 974 yards to crack the top 10 all-time in receiving yards. Mike, FYI, if he gets 1,000 yards next year, you realize he'll only be the 7th wide receiver in school history to do that.
Yeah, we talked about that at the beginning of the year.
It's crazy. Alshon had the best receiving year ever. Xavier Legette, Sidney, Farrow, Sterling, and who again? Sidney. So he would actually be the 6th. So he'd be the 7th time it was done. But in the last 4 games, he had 13 catches for 340 yards, over 26 yards a catch, if you remember. And he's caught a touchdown in 5 straight games. That's the most since Alshon did that in 2010. So his catches per game went up at the end of the year. He's got back-to-back 100-yard receiving games. The most all-time at South Carolina is 3. So if he gets 100 in the Kent State game, he'll tie that record. He became, in the last few games, much more of a target, more of an every drive type target for South Carolina than he's been in his career. So we might have seen that turn.
He made a major jump. The question is there another jump to be made? Right. He made he's not going to be like a Jaden Sellers who can get open and run all kinds of crazy routes. He doesn't have that type of lateral quickness. Most sprinters don't. That's why a lot of sprinters who are those like, well, gosh, just put him in a football uniform and nobody can cover him. No, it's not that simple. You can always devise a defense that takes away the go route or at least neutralizes it and make him run other routes. But how much more progression? Some guys plateau. maybe he does plateau. I don't know. Maybe he's just a guy, again, that makes big play receptions downfield, or maybe there's another element to his game. I got to just real quick, Harrison. I think you're right, Harrison. Miami lost to Clemson in the 2017 ACC title game.
Yeah.
I believe that's true. So I believe Miami's made one, but they've never won it.
Okay.
Craig says, Mike, I told Chuck Oliver what you said about Miami being the most imposing team physically from the ref you talked to. Yeah, Chuck was with me calling the Florida State-Miami game. I don't think there is a more physically imposing team than them. Thank you, Craig. Thanks for the kind words yesterday, too, by the way. I'm fascinated by this game tonight. I don't mean to derail the did we finish? Did we do national, regional, local?
Yeah, we've done all of them. I did send you some notes today, but of course, you know me, I always hold something back.
Of course you do.
I'm never going to give you everything. I got a bonus one here if you can answer it in a minute as we go to break. It's a regional one.
Okay.
Final morning show scramble. This will decide the winner. Which new coordinator has a bigger impact in 2026? Kendall Briles or Will Muschamp? And if you want to think on it, we can.
No, I don't need to think on it. Kendall Briles.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I'll go Kendall Briles.
Kendall?
Look at where Will Muschamp is going.
Yeah. Going to Texas.
But, like, Texas wasn't awful on defense last year. Right?
No, they gave up 20 points per game. They had a couple of games where it got away from them. But overall, they were pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, like the two games I had, they shut down Oklahoma. They shut down Texas A&M. So Will Muschamp, I'm sure, will do a fine job. I like the hire. But Carolina is in more need of a dramatic turnaround from an offense that was woefully unproductive. So I'll go with Briles.
Kendall Briles. So Mike said today that Xavier Leggett will have 999 receiving yards, not 1,000.
You mean Harvard?
Yeah. Who did I say?
You said Xavier Leggett.
Well, him too.
I'd love to see Leggett back in a Gamecock uniform next year. That'd be exciting.
It could happen. If he just sues the league, he might have a shot at it.
Just sue the NCAA. They're not going to win it.
Yeah, there's nothing they're doing. So Nick Harbor will have 999.9 receiving yards. Carolina will have less than 30 sacks, and Kendall Briles will be will have more of an impact than Will Muschamp. Quite the statement today from.
Well, let me just put an asterisk by the 30 sacks one again. You made me make a choice.
Well, it's the game,
right? So
you could have chosen the other.
If you think there was a Vegas line on 29.5 sacks, if I would go to the window and say, "Hey, here's 10 large on Carolina only allowing 29 sacks," I'm not making that bet. But given the choice of the two, I would say that. I think it's lofty to ask Nick Harbor for, and I want to see other wide receivers step up.
Yeah,
I mean, of course Jacobs is gone, but you had that stud recruiting class of wideouts last year, and some of them saw the field more than others. And then you get a guy in the portal. Do you think they'll go for another wideout in the portal? Well, no.
Yes. Oh, yeah, they are. They're absolutely going. I would say we would know something by probably tomorrow at the latest on that.
I mean, instead of Nick Harbor going for 1,000, like I'd like to see 3 or 4 guys go for 500.
Well, let me tell you what I think is going to happen. I think that Lenoris is going to sabotage Nick. I think he's going to make Jaden the 1,000-yard receiver, and he's going to leave Nick hanging on like 999.
Let me tell you something. I probably would bet more on Jaden hitting 1,000 than Nick Harbor. I know one thing. I'd bet on Jaden having more receptions.
Would probably bet on that as it stands now. Yeah.
I just think he's.
That's no knock on Nick at all.
None of these are knocks on anybody, really. I mean, I'm the one that said I thought Nick Harbor had a chance to go pro and be a maybe 2nd, 3rd round pick. I still think he could have if he just crushed the combine, which I would not be surprised if he would have.
I'm with you. I think Nick Harbor, honestly, Mike, I think we will. This is a very early 2026 statement here, but I think in a few years we will look back on the development of Nick Harbor, this young man who came out of high school, just wasn't clean. The best athlete in high school football. I mean, he was the best. He's been at the top of the freaks list every year, but he wasn't a clean cut anything. And they ended up molding him into a guy who went on to the NFL and had a nice career. I think we will look back and be like, what a development job by South Carolina. That will be a very big selling point for them down the road. Here's what we can do for you. Look at Nick Harbor. I love that kid. He's such a hardworking, positive kid who's done everything the right way, and he's returning, which is awesome. So,
which makes you love him even more.
Absolutely. All right. I also love taking timeouts because you got to have a pee break every once in a while. So we'll do that
every now and then while we're going to break. And as you're relieving your kidneys, I want you to think of Troy Branham during that stream. Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. You see every now and then that barcode flash on the screen. What, too much? Troy Branham, 803-238-0111, 803-238. The nickname of his company is Golden Gate Mortgage. I don't know. There might be a correlation there. For the lowest mortgage rates, they've come down, folks. You people have heard about it. You've known about it. And maybe you're thinking, well, who do I call to do something about it? The answer is Troy Branham today, tomorrow, next week, next month. Troy Branham, 803-238-0111.
Timeout. We'll drive around the SEC when we return.
Jeffrey's got space and a touchdown. Can you believe it? Touchdown! He caught on traffic and scores. Touchdown, South Carolina!
If your golf game needs a little help, McKellar Enterprises is one click away. Meredith Taylor, a former Gamecock golfer, fields clients from all across the country. Golfers of every level are enrolling in her well-rounded golf camps. They're improving their game through virtual and on-course lessons. And now, many are a part of the membership program that gives you multiple monthly coaching options to get better. Are you improving for fun? Don't want to hold the group back any longer? Visit McKellarEnterprises.org today and go Gamecocks.
Test ride at Electric Bikes of Charleston today. Road trip ready. Ride comfortably. Forget road fatigue. The Velotric Fold 1 Plus features our exclusive Comfort Max frame design for an effortless, upright riding posture and a low step through. With an adjustable seat and stem, you'll be feeling great and ready for the next campsite adventure. Your back will thank you. Visit Electric Bikes of Charleston. ElectricBikesCharleston.com.
New year, better floors. Now is the time. Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution. Beautiful like new floors in just one day. No dust, affordable, and 5 stars. Give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365, or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Visit GameDayNuts.net and order yours today. Boiled peanuts, no shells. Official tailgate snack of ITG. You're tuned into Hour 2 of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dough Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Go Gamecocks!
With a little love some tenderness. We'll walk upon the water, we'll rise above the mist with a little peace and some harmony. We'll take the world together, we'll take them by the hand. 'Cause I got a hand for you. Oh, I wanna run with you. Yesterday, I saw you standing there. Your hair was down, your eyes were red. No comb, I touched your hair. I said, get up and let me see you smile. We'll take a walk together, walk the road a while. 'Cause I got a hand for you, I got a hand for you. I wanna run with you, want to let me run with you. Hold my hand, want you to hold my hand. I think you do a place where you can be anything you wanna be, because I wanna love you the best that I can.
It's now time to take a drive around the SEC, presented by JT's Kia across South Carolina, the home of JT's Advantage Package, featuring tire rotations, oil changes, and more. Make your next road trip in an ever-reliable JT's Kia, and don't forget to check our used inventory as well. Let's drive.
All right. Do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah. We're going
No,
to
we
drive.
don't do it until we hear music. Now it's official. That's like you can't start the game till the lineups cards are in, right?
Generally.
So we can't start the drive until this fine music medley is on behind us. So here it is. And here we go. The drive around the SEC presented by JT's Kia, Rock Hill, Greystone Boulevard, Killian. 2 locations in Columbia, 3 locations in South Carolina. They will do you right. Check out JT's Kia today. A lot of my rental cars on the road have been Kias. All very good. All very good. Okay, we'll get a little basketball in. Of course, you saw last night in the biggest of the games. There are really 2 big ones. Kentucky loses another game. They lose the first time ever Missouri goes in there and wins at Rupp. They lose an SEC opener. That doesn't happen very often either. And I can just tell you, the Mark Pope honeymoon, yes, he's an alum. Yes, he played there. It's gone toxic real fast in Lexington. And I don't know if he's got the squad that can turn it around. Like I can always tell when a coach does not like his roster. He put it together. He doesn't like his roster. You just listen to him in the post games. I mean, you got a couple people in chat row saying Pope isn't going to make it past this year. You might be right. And 2 years seems very premature, but that is a primo job. They wanted Cal out. They got it. They thought, you know how I always talk about this, Jamie, you may think you can get whoever you want. Chances are you can't. Even Kentucky. A lot of big name coaches said, no thanks, I'll pass. Flattered, I'm going to pass. They said no to Kentucky, right? So Kentucky then is in scramble mode. Give the alumni discount to Mark Pope. He'll walk in there with his Letterman jacket and everybody will fall in love with him. And they did early on. It's not real happy right now in bluegrass country.
Dude, I don't think there's a job in college basketball that's more pressure packed than Kentucky.
Agreed.
If they do at some point in time say, we ain't doing this, it's easy to flip a roster. It's not easy. I don't want to say that. That's to me. That's it's never easy to flip a roster. There's so many other factors. You got to make sure you got the right kids, yada, money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like if I said that to Lamont Paris, he'd be like, come do it then. That's not a fair statement. But it is perceived to be much easier to flip a roster in college basketball than it is in any other sport, because you're not flipping 50 players or 30 players. You 7 or 8 maybe. And if you're Kentucky, you're going, we're Kentucky. We can go find players. So he's not gonna have any rope, regardless of what anybody thinks, how much rope anybody thinks he should have. If they do make that move, I can't imagine that they would look much further than Nashville, Tennessee at Mark Byington and what he has done overnight, essentially, with the Commodores. And quite frankly, if you make a move, anybody makes a move, especially like a power program in this league or any other league, and I don't know how interested he would be, but Mike White at Georgia is a phenomenal coach. And I think that Mike White and Mark Byington would be two guys who should be highly considered, if not at the very top of that list for the Wildcats.
I can't argue with you. I mean, they kicked the tires on Nate Oates. Nate just seems to be dilapidated arena or not. That always comes up in Tuscaloosa. When are we going to get our new arena? He seems awfully content with being in Alabama. And he's taking them to a Final Four, and he's winning SEC championships. They pay him a lot of money. He wears unique jackets, Wimp Sanderson-esque. Maybe that rumor comes around again. Maybe it doesn't. But it's going to be very interesting to see how the rest of the season plays out. And meanwhile, Cal over there at Arkansas, they picked up another win yesterday. Cal might have his best team in a while.
12-3, 2-0.
If you haven't seen the A-Cup kid, he's the freshman of the year in the SEC. I don't know if it's even close. He'll be a contender for the player of the year, Darius A-Cup. So anyway, Kentucky loses, and then the game we touched on early, Vanderbilt does knock off Alabama. So the updated SEC basketball net rankings, Vandy 6, Bama 13, Florida 19, Tennessee 23, Arkansas 26, Georgia 28. Kentucky's still at 35 based on strength of schedule as much as anything. Mm-hmm. Auburn 37, despite that heartbreaking loss. I don't know, Phil, if we can we don't need audio on it, but I wanted to see if you see the fan for Auburn. So they now, like everybody now, has these plush seats. Yeah. They're moving the radio announcers back, in some cases in the corner. And okay. Watch the guy. He's got his back turned to the red. So this is after they waved off the game-winning 3, which will forever be controversial, and they're still debating it on social media. See the guy in the Auburn blue sweater with the khaki pants and his back to the referee walking off?
Yeah.
Watch what he does without turning his head. He knows the referee's behind him walking off the court. Phil, play it away. Oh! Oh! Over the shoulder, no look pass. Oh!
Did he even hit him?
Oh, he definitely got some of that on there.
It looks like the cop got most of it.
Well, I'm not laughing because I think it's funny. I think it's reprehensible. You don't act like that.
No.
But
that's insane. And you can't even face him like a man? I mean, come on, man.
Right. So he thought he was. Now, you know how much money you pay for those seats, those courtside seats? That's a lot of money.
Well, I do now.
I heard a radio show go, well, they're never going to find who did it. Oh, trust me, they will find out who. There's video cameras all over every arena. That dude will never sit in that building again.
They probably already knew who did it.
Oh, they probably did. I mean, but even if they, it doesn't take much detective work to figure out, all right, who has the money to buy those seats?
Stephen Pearl's grandfather. Yeah. Hey, Pops. Got to control Granddad again.
Yeah, Granddad got into his third bourbon and was upset with the call and thought he would do the no-look cup spill on the referee. Yeah, not a Not a move that I would recommend. So Auburn's 37, LSU's 46. Why is that important? That is the one Gamecock quad one win.
It's a very important number. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you want LSU to remain relevant for that reason, if that reason only. A&M 48, OU 61, Mizzou 67, Texas 74, 83 Mississippi State. Carolina is 90. That's better than it was before that LSU game.
Yeah, moved up 16 spots also. But remember, Georgia is 28, and so South Carolina's got their shot at a second Q1 win. Now, it would, if they beat Georgia, I guess theoretically it could move it to a Q2 because it would bump them down. You got to be in the top 30. You got to beat a top 30 team at home for it to qualify as Q1. So it might end up being Q2, but as long as Georgia's hovering around the Q1 mark, that's good news for South Carolina if they can get them on Saturday.
Yes. Yeah. And there's going to be, of 18 conference games, there's going to be roughly 13, 14 quad one opportunities for all these teams. Right. So we all know the non-con was hardly anything to write home about, but it's still in front of you. There's still a path to do some things. If you can hit 50% plus from three every night, that certainly goes a long way.
I texted Derek. I said, hey, let LP know, just do this every game. Right. Just do this every game. It's always, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt anymore. This will be the last thing I say about the Carolina basketball stuff. But this is why, we obviously were saying our observations, boy, things just don't look good. But this is also how quickly it can change around on you. Ole Miss isn't good. Of course, Mississippi State all of a sudden is 2-0 in the league, and they weren't special, I would say, to start. Texas is 0-2 in the league. Kentucky's 0-2 in the league. Kentucky comes to South Carolina this year. Gamecocks do go to Texas, but remember, South Carolina beat the brakes off the Longhorns last season in Colonial Life Arena, and they weren't very good. So, you just don't know how things are going to unfold. And in today's day and age where a lot of these teams are just full of portal players, they get halfway through the SEC season and they're 1-7. How many of them have just thrown in the towel? They're just kind of out there dribbling around. Carolina might surprise some people. We don't know. One game at a time, but I'm just saying it's important to keep the perspective.
Do you remember last year, to go back to Kentucky for a second, there was an article written, and it was about South Carolina and LSU being the bottom two teams in NIL budget. And we don't know if these numbers are accurate. So let me just say that again for the 1,000th time. When you read stuff about NIL budgets or the exact price tag on a player, they're rarely 100% accurate. They're ballpark figures. They're based on accounting and rumors and this and that and the other. But the number was somewhere around 1.7, I believe, for LSU and Carolina. And then, I know for a fact, Ole Miss, when they signed Chris Beard, it was guaranteed at least $6 million in NIL to get him to take the Ole Miss job. Now, supposedly Carolina and LSU have both spent a lot more. In fact, I know they have. Do you know what Kentucky's budget was this year for NIL?
Probably 15 million or something.
22.
Yeah.
22 million. So with that comes an expectation you simply cannot underachieve. And Ben, I'm right there with you. Byington's got some Dusty Mays vibes. He's doing outstanding work at Ann Arbor.
That's good.
I mentioned the 4 coaches in the playoff have Saban ties. What does that look like exactly? Dan Lanning, he was a grad assistant under Saban in 2015 before a rapid rise in defensive coaching. Mario Cristobal got fired by FIU. That's Florida International. Now, him and the AD clashed. He had one bad year. That he got pink slipped. He had to work his way back. Goes to Oregon. Goes to Miami. Miami fans, every time they lose, it's fire Cristobal. He's got him in the Final Four. He's one of their own. I would think that Mario's pretty safe. And they might actually learn to love this guy. But he was under Saban from 2013 to 2016 as the assistant head coach, the O-line coach, and recruiting coordinator. Kurt Cignetti, he was on the staff 2007 to 2011. So he was He's one of the OGs, right? When Saban got the job in 07, Cignetti was there. He was the wide receivers coach and recruiting coordinator. And Pete Golding was the DC from 2018 to 2022. And he was under the wrath of a lot of people in 2022 when Alabama lost 2 games and gave up some points in the process. Now he's coaching Ole Miss in the Final Four. But that's the Saban effect. All 4 coaches. I don't know if you'll ever see something quite like that again or in the playoff.
Well, you know what you will see again in the playoff, in addition to that, is the fact that there are all 4 transfer quarterbacks starting.
That's
happen.
normal. Yes. Yeah. And most of the Heisman Trophy winners are transfer quarterbacks.
Right.
If you go back the last 10 years, count how many of them were transfers.
Yeah.
Speaking of transfers, some portal stuff. Total players. Now this might be updated. It might be a little bit out of date as of this morning, but total players lost by the portal by SEC teams. Auburn leads the way with 33.
God.
Florida 31. Mississippi State 30. Arkansas 30. They're the only 4 that have lost 30 players or more. LSU's not far behind at 26. Then Tennessee, Oklahoma, Missouri, 24, 23 to 22. The Gamecocks at this point were at 21. That number might be up 1. I'm not sure.
It's still 21. Yeah.
Okay. Who's lost the fewest? Ole Miss. Keywan Lacey said he's coming back. And Trinidad Chambliss, if he can get the waiver, has said he's coming back. Ole Miss has only lost 3 players.
Well,
and Georgia's only lost 8. Well, of course.
Yeah.
TBD. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. We've got what, 8 days left?
How many of the guys that are basically playing for a national championship right now with Ole Miss do you actually think are wearing gold and purple uniforms next year?
Right. I don't know. I don't know if everybody's going to be as anxious to follow Lane as you. It's all transactional, Jamie. That's
what I'm saying.
Offering the most money. It's not about my mortal. Lane was in my grandma's bedroom and recruiting, and that's why. No. Are they offering extra $100,000? Peace out. Can Ole Miss match it? Okay, I love the Rebels. Always have. That's where we are. That's where we are in college sports.
It's like the guy that Carolina just got. He had a knight tattooed on the right side of his body when he got to Central Florida. Right. Can they get rid of tattoos? Can you take those off now?
You can, but it's very painful, from what I understand.
Ooh.
But if that guy's listening, give me a call. I want to know who did your ink, and maybe it's time.
Are you interested?
You never know.
Get a big Chief logo right here.
Yeah, get a big Chief Sports logo. I might get one of JC on my deltoid. And then if Miami wins, I'm going to jump the Miami bandwagon and join the list of the fans that have never been on their campus. I've actually been on their campus. And I'll put a Pelican on my other deltoid. So JC on one.
God.
Pelican on the other. Chief straight across left pec to right.
You need to upgrade your jewelry game if you're going to be a Miami fan.
I've got a few gold chains on order. Cosmetic stuff, but still, it'll get the job done.
You might want to get yourself a Michael Irvin jersey while you're at it.
I'm telling you what, whatever he's getting from Bolivia, it's doing the job. Cincinnati quarterback Brendan Sorsby. Of course, I mean coffee. Drinks a lot of coffee. That's where he gets that energy from.
Yeah.
Brendan Sorsby looks like it's a done deal. He's going to Texas Tech. The price tag is anywhere between $4 and $5 million, depending on who you believe. A lot of people had him as the top quarterback in the portal. How many of us actually watched Cincinnati play football this year? I did not see a whole lot, so I can't. Initially, when I saw this, I was like, over Levitt, over Byron Brown, over DJ Lagway, but that's who a lot of people had as the number one guy. Just for what it's worth. Who are some of the other quarterbacks that could be linked to SEC schools? Well, you still got Sam Levitt, who again has already sat next to Lane Kiffin at a basketball game. He's drawing attention from LSU and Kentucky. If Kentucky could somehow pull that off, that would be a hell of a coup for their first-year head coach.
They're they're having a nice little run in the portal right now.
Yeah. Well, they got an offensive guy. They haven't had that in a long time. They haven't had that in a long, long time. Damon Williams of Washington, you and I talked about that whole mess. The former Arizona quarterback who then followed Jed Fish to Washington. So he's a prime target. There's also a lawsuit in play. I mean, that's a whole mess. But it's so 2026 college football, right? Yeah. Byron Brown, when I was at the game 2 days ago at Auburn, that he came out at halftime, held up the letter B or whatever. He's going to Auburn. We know that. Byron Brown did some good things at USF. Can't imagine he's not going to be the guy for Auburn next year. DJ Lagway's still out there. There's some talk he could go to Florida State. Imagine that, being a starter at Florida for a couple of years, and then you go to your in-state rival.
God, that's the stuff there that gets under the skin of college football fans. I mean, it just,
of course,
like.
But I mean, I'll defend Lagway on this front. This is a case where the new coach came in there, Summerall, and basically they looked at his film and they looked at some things about work ethic. They looked at his weight and they said, you know what, son, we're not sure if you fit. If they do that to me, you've got every right to go to your in-state rival and trade in your school colors for the hated enemy. You basically dumped the kid, right? You paid him $3 million to be the guy. He had a disappointing year. New regime comes in and says, you know what? You ain't that good. You ain't as good as you think you are, son. So now he's got a right to go wherever he wants. Want to go Florida State? Want to go Miami? Do whatever you want to do. That's what he's going to do. Dylan Raiola, he's drawing interest from some SEC programs, the quarterback from Nebraska. Deuce Knight of Notre Dame. I mentioned Sorsby, the price tag, reportedly $5 million. Most of these guys that I'm talking about are going to get anywhere between 3.5 to 5. That is where we are right now.
Yeah, I mean, LSU offered him 3.5. That was documented yesterday with the document from Ross Dellinger.
Right. Yeah. And I wonder if that was that might have been the minimum. You know, who knows?
That's the guarantee.
That's the guarantee, right? So who knows what else might be going through there. Here's an interesting little stat.
Who put that out, by the way?
Was that Dellinger or Samuel?
I mean, I know, but I know at South Carolina why they want the information to stay quiet. You don't want people to know it just runs the number up. If somebody really wants the guy that you're after, there's a reason why I don't talk specifically about the numbers. There's some other people out there that do for whatever reason. And most of the time it's wrong. But who actually provided this document publicly? And why did they do that? What was there's got to be a reason behind it.
I don't know if they just
maybe the agent for Sorsby.
There's no telling. Did they want it to get out? Were they just careless? Where somebody intrepid reporter got a hold of it?
I mean, it got in the hands of Ross Dellinger. I mean, he's the best reporter in the country with this stuff.
He's outstanding.
If you're the agent for Brendan Sorsby, are you we're going to leak it and let's see who wants to pay you more?
I don't know. I mean, I just want to get to the point now. We're basically treating this whole thing like the pro model. We have every right to be able to see what teams are spending and who is making what. You can't coddle kids that are making millions of dollars anymore. They're basically semi-pro athletes is what we're doing. So why are we, even when we had Hale on yesterday, he didn't want to say what he thought the budget was. Well, Hale's a great reporter. He knows. He's got a good idea. But I'm sure he's told, hey, we don't like to talk about that. We don't like to make that public.
Well, and also, that is true. And there's no doubt about it. I believe, I would say. But and also, we just mentioned with the Sorsby thing, $3.5 million guaranteed. That doesn't mean, as you talked about this, was it yesterday? I guess what had to be yesterday. That's when you were on.
Yeah.
People want it to be the NFL model, but there is no structure. There are no guardrails, and they also don't want it to be the NFL model because if you need more money, there are people you can get more money from, but you don't want people you don't want people to know that. So, we might think let's say so-and-so at South Carolina said, this is the budget we have to spend on football. Cool. That's the budget they have to spend on football. Oh, wait a second. This kid just got in the portal. We can get him for another X number of dollars. That's the budget. Hey, Frank, we can get him if we have just a little bit more. Can you give it to me? Yeah, I can give it to you. So none of it
goes on.
Right.
Which absolutely goes on. Again, I call him sugar
Going on
daddy.
right now.
And I don't mean that as an insult, by the way.
It's not.
I wish I was a sugar daddy.
I did too.
Wish I had so much money that, some school could call me up and say, hey, you got $1 million?
100%.
Yeah. How many blocks of gold do you want? I got a whole cellar full of them behind me.
I would do anything to be in Cody Campbell's shoes.
My goodness.
I don't want to be that big. Probably being short.
Oh, he's leaned down. I met him in Lubbock. He's got his own separate tailgating portion.
Oh, yeah.
That guy is living the life. He's like Billy Bob Thornton and Landman, but without all the social issues.
That's like I was watching him. I saw him like an interview on ESPN, and then like 30 minutes later, he's standing next to the president on like Fox.
Yeah.
I was like,
oh, no.
I swear he was just on ESPN.
Yeah, he's living the dream. He's living the dream, and they're good at everything now. They're spending money. They don't discriminate. You want a good softball pitcher? We'll pay her $1 million. You want a good men's basketball program? We'll spend a ton of money there and make them a top 25 program. Crazy stuff. Crazy. By the way, Krager says, Mike, I've heard Trinidad is going to get about $3.5 million next year. His stock can't get much higher. Should he turn pro, or do you need one more season of proving in college? Great question. I don't know if Trinidad could do any better next year. But the thing is, the reason why you're not going to see him as high on draft boards as some of these other guys that, quite frankly, were not as productive, he's just very small. And I don't mean so much height. We've gotten past you got to be 6'3". No, you don't have to be 6'3". There's guys that are 6 feet that are doing fine in the NFL, but he's very frail. He's very frail. And he's one of those where he could bulk up. He's still ectomorph, right? Isn't that the body type? Little physiology coming at you. I don't think he'll ever be a big kid. I don't know if he's got first round potential, but I know he'll get a shot somewhere, whether he goes out this year or next year. The thing is, if he goes out this year, he's not making $3.5 million. He's not that rookie contract will not pay him $3.5 million. So it might be best to come back.
That's
the ratings were in on the 4 quarterfinal games. Top rated game was Indiana Alabama, 23.9. Miami Ohio State on New Year's Eve, 19 million. Can I just say something for those that are so sensitive about a football game being played on New Year's Eve? It didn't derail my plans.
Are there people that are sensitive about that?
You can't play football on New Year's Eve.
Oh.
Hey, I got news for you. Marry a cool woman. You know what my wife and I did on New Year's Eve? We grilled and we watched football and loved every minute of it.
Yeah.
That's when you know you got a winner.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, you don't need to go. I mean, I'm not saying 2 years ago we did we went to a fancy place in Buckhead and then the ball dropped and
you don't like football on New Year's Eve? Maybe you should marry a cool wife. Maybe you should ditch that loser you've got.
I'm just saying. I mean, I'm not Dr. Phil here, but if your wife said if she's not supportive of you watching college football playoffs on New Year's Eve, you might need to reevaluate.
I don't have that problem.
Do we have a divorce lawyer as a sponsor? That's what we need.
Yeah, we did. We had to go up to the little place around the corner, and I was like, I'm not doing that. It only lasts till 9. They're like, yeah. I was like, well, that could be halftime. We can come home. Exactly. But I am going to sit at the bar and watch the game. That's fine.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't want to lose New Year's Eve football. I'll be honest with you. That's part of the party for me. That gets me jazzed.
Hey, man.
I don't want to lose it.
What's your problem? Just marry a cool woman.
Marry a cool woman. Marry a cool woman.
Or put her in.
If you take nothing else from this show today, marry a cool woman.
Somebody right now is like, this guy's such a dick. I love my wife. I love getting dressed up on New Year's Eve and going to an uncomfortable party and eating bacon wrapped shrimp.
For every guy that says that, the other guys are going, man, I I missed the window on that. If I could reevaluate that. And then others are saying, I married a cool woman and she was very understanding. We watch the game and then we can go out and go to a nice restaurant and whatever. You can do both, folks. There's plenty of time.
Last year, I was in Orlando for the Carolina game last year. I love the fact that it was on New Year's, and I love the fact that afterwards I got to go back and have an old fashioned in my old hotel room.
Right. Who doesn't want that?
Yeah.
Who doesn't want to bring in the new year with a combination of all the things that go with New Year's? Champagne, nice meal, maybe you get dressed up, and college football. This is a win-win. And I got tired. There's so many people out there. This is their big stance. We can't have college football on New Year's Eve. Why not?
I didn't know that.
Oh, we've gone through this 2 years in a row where people are trashing the powers that be, and we do know why they're doing it now. It's because of TV. So you got the triple header on Saturday. Those are all standalone games, and then you have the one game on Friday. It's the only way you can fit it because people are not going to watch a game that starts at midnight. And you don't want two games going simultaneously to get that fragments the ratings. Yes, it's for TV, but yes, I'm all for it. I want a big time college football game on New Year's Eve. I hope it never goes away. Okay, 18.7 million watched Georgia Ole Miss. 15.9 watched Oregon Texas Tech. This is not SEC, but Bryce Underwood is returning to Michigan, the 5-star, the number one guy, and Josh Hoover is going to Indiana.
Yeah.
So those are some of the other ones out there.
Yeah.
I thought this was interesting. We all love big stadiums. Well, how's the capacity at Williams-Brice going to change with the new additions?
Yeah, it's going to. We don't have an official number yet, but it will come down a couple thousand seats or so, maybe.
So that would the total would.
It's at 77,559. My guess is it somewhere around 74, 75. Yeah.
And you could still cram in. I mean, there's been games there with 80, right? Standing room. And
I was there, Clemson 2001. There was 85,000. So
yeah. And of course, everybody pads their numbers a little bit. But for those that think, oh well, in order to be great, you have to have a huge stadium. You have to be Michigan. You have to be Penn State. You have to be Tennessee and have 100,000. You have to be Georgia with 90-something thousand. Here are the capacities for the 4 teams left in college football.
Yeah.
Ole Miss seats 68,000. That's the high.
Yeah.
Miami seats 64,000, and it takes the students 40 minutes to get in a car, go north on 95 or the Turnpike and get there.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon seats 60. I had my first Oregon experience this year. Great fans, terrific environment. They get loud, they do all this, but it only seats 60.
Mm-hmm.
And Indiana seats 56,000.
Yeah.
So for all the stadiums, Alabama seats 100,000. 68, 64, 60, and 56 are the capacities for the 4 teams left in college football. Miami's a favorite tonight. Who prevails? Couple of keys. As we talked about, can Ole Miss block well enough to get Kejuan Lacey running so you don't make Trinidad Chambliss one-dimensional? Miami has the advantage. Carson Beck, he threw for just 138 yards in his team's win. They're not relying on Carson Beck. They're relying on Fletcher on the ground. They're relying on defense. And then every now and then on a key play, Carson Beck has been good. I want to see if this is the game where Carson vomits on his cleats, because he's usually good for one or two of those a year. Can Ole Miss force the vomit? That's the question. You won't hear that kind of analysis on game day.
No.
All right. That does it for the JT's Kia drive around the SEC.
For what it's worth, and I don't know that it's worth anything, but a couple of years ago, 2023, Ole Miss and Georgia played in Athens. Beck, 18 of 25 for 306, 2 touchdowns and a pick against the Rebels. Last year, though, Georgia had to go to Oxford, and it wasn't a good day. They got beat 28-10. He was 20 of 31 for 186 yards and an interception. So he's had mixed results thus far against the Rebels. The thing, and I know we got to go to break, so I'll just squeeze this in.
Mm-hmm.
The total at 52.5. Give me the under in that. with that Miami defense. Give me the under in that.
Oh, I'm with you. I didn't
Yeah.
even look at that number, but I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
And Miami's offense is good, and I love the Tony kid. I mean, he's going to be something special for the next 2 years. But they don't pile up a bunch of points typically against quality teams.
No.
You know, they haven't had to.
No.
So I like your rationale on that. And again, they don't have to have Beck throw for 300 to win games. Carson Beck at times will look like a first-round draft pick. He will.
Yep.
2 years ago at Georgia, he was damn good. But then he'll have that game like he did against Louisville where you're wondering what in the world is he thinking? Is he not seeing the proper jerseys? Is he colorblind? Like he will have that. He's avoided that for much of the year. He had it against Louisville. That was his mulligan. What does he look like tonight? And can Chambliss just continue to be a magician out there, which is what he's been most of the year?
No question about that. All right, it's 11:44. It's a new year. Maybe it's a new you. Head to charlestonfitnessequipment.com if you want to bring the gym to your home instead of having to go to the gym. And then after like 3 weeks, you're not going anymore. And then you forget to cancel it and you've cost yourself a bunch of money. If you just put it in your house, you'll use it. I can assure you of that because we do. We've got a rower that we got from them just a couple of years ago. My wife and I both love that thing. It's a lot of fun. We get to row lakes and rivers and oceans all over the world. It's pretty cool. Head to charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Also under the same roof as Electric Bikes of Charleston. And it's not just Charleston that shops there. It's the state of South Carolina. We are so thankful for Michelle and her team at Electric Bikes of Charleston and at Charleston Fitness Equipment. 11:44. It is Thursday, January the 8th. The playoffs are tonight. We'll be right back.
The story of Game Day Nuts is a simple one, really. One summer day on the coast of North Carolina, Tommy and Russ were on the beach enjoying the warm ocean breeze, talking about the upcoming college football season and eating that quintessential Southern treat, fresh boiled peanuts. But time and time again, as they cracked open the boiled peanuts, either the shells they were opening were empty or the peanuts inside the shells were getting stuck. They thought to themselves, there has to be a better way to enjoy this Southern treat. And with that, they set out to solve the problem, and Game Day Nuts was born.
Get the shell out of here. Visit GameDayNuts.net and change your boiled peanut experience forever.
New year, better floors. Now is the time. Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution. Beautiful like new floors in just one day. No dust, affordable, and 5 stars. Give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365. Or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
Gamecock Traditions is your one-stop shop for all things South Carolina. From apparel to tailgating, children's clothing to kitchenware, jewelry, or even gift cards. If it exists at Gamecock Traditions. Ship it to your home via GamecockTraditions.com or go see our friends in Lexington. Gamecock Traditions, a family tradition. Go Gamecocks.
Wishing you a joyful and prosperous 2026 from the Chief Sports Network and our friends at the West Law Firm. Happy New Year, Gamecocks.
So, Mason, what do you focus on in the law? My answer to that is I'm a personal injury lawyer. I like to help people that are injured as a result of somebody else's negligence or in a workers' compensation matter get back to normal. That's where my passion is. But what I want everyone out there to understand is more important to me is that I'm your trusted resource for any problem that you may have.
Visit westlawfirmsc.com.
At Moultrie Insurance, our agents are working for you. Our commercial lines of coverage are well-sourced and intimately chosen. We offer commercial lines of coverage such as business owners, umbrella, property, auto, or general liability coverage, and evaluate every option to find what fits you best. Like a good offensive coordinator, we will draw up the plays, but only run with what you feel comfortable. Get in touch with our quarterback, Perry Orth, or our head coach, Frank, by visiting MoultrieINS.com. MoultrieINS.com. Moultrie Insurance, proud supporters of the South Carolina Gamecocks.
This is a breaking news event. We now have boiled peanuts without the shells.
Sorry, Alex. Did you say boiled peanuts without the shells?
Yes, boiled peanuts. No shells. Go to GameDayNuts.net and order them for game day.
Is inside the Gamecocks, South Carolina's #1 program covering the University of South Carolina. Part of the
over 80 years, and I sure am honored to call Mason and Megan and their kids friends. We had some good times in college. He's a hell of an attorney. West Law Firm, SC.com. Go west, not east, not north, not south, Mike. Go west. West Law Firm, SC.com. Let me squeeze a couple of things in here. Again, we're monitoring portal stuff, expecting some decisions to be made here pretty soon. Gamecocks are in the thick of it with some really good football players, some guys I think that they have a shot with. Hale McGranahan with an unbelievable report this morning. I hope all of you will read that. I will let the chips fall where they may before we kind of dive deeper. JC will be able to give you a little bit more coming up on that, or coming up here in just a little bit on all of that as well. Of note, defensive end Jalen Brown, who had come in from Missouri, got hurt. I believe he had some heart issues going on. So obviously, first and foremost, hopefully he is fully healthy. But he will follow his former position coach to LSU and go play with the Tigers. I know some folks are a little upset about that. Just remember, they did not get Dylan Stewart, and they tried their damnedest to do it. Dylan Stewart returned to South Carolina. So, kind of worked out for the Gamecocks on that end. Also, in case you missed this, I love voting in this. I think it's probably been 10 years or so of voting personally, and it's really quite an honor. The South Carolina Football Hall of Fame, it's actually the 25 class, but they are inducted in 26. So the finalists are all out. Here are the names of the natives who played college football outside of the state of South Carolina. There's 12 of them, and they're all very recognizable. This is a very difficult thing to vote on, in case anybody's wondering. Donnie Abraham, who hails from Orangeburg. Wando great Dexter Coakley, who ended up playing a long time for the Dallas Cowboys, undersized linebacker. Great player. It was fun to watch him play when I was a little kid. I can tell you that.
App State?
He went to App State and then went on to have a hell of a career in the NFL. I will tell you now, I am voting for Dexter Coakley because he is a Wando Warrior. But also, I mean, it's hard to be a 5'11" linebacker in the NFL for over a decade. I mean, the guy was a stud. Carlos Dunlap, pride of Fort Dorchester and North Charleston. Camden's Bobby Ingram. Ricky Fogel, Somerville's A.J. Green. It hurt when he went to Georgia. A.J.'s a great guy. He's an unbelievable wide receiver. Camden's Vonnie Holiday. How about Camden having a nice little run here? The pride of Patrick Davis. Bob Jeter from Union. David Patton out of Hopkins, South Carolina. David Patton, quite
for the
player.
Patriots, I believe. Super Bowl.
Did. Great player. This guy's a pretty good player too. Hails from Woodruff. A guy named Tony Rice is on the ballot this year. Lawrence,
this is the ballot for what now?
The South Carolina Football Hall of Fame.
How are some of these names not already in there? What am I missing?
Because there's a lot of great people that have come from this state to play football.
I know, but like Tony Rice has been retired for, 40 years.
Yeah. Well, so you nominate, the way that it works is it's how many you put it out and then the most vote getters go to the final ballot. And so every year, I mean, there's a lot of names that are in the Hall of Fame that just received more votes. And finally, he's got enough, one of the leading vote getters to get on the 25 ballot. Roddy White out of James Island. Those are all SC natives who played outside of South Carolina. Jack Douglas, who played at the Citadel, is on the ballot this year. Mike Tolbert, who played at Coastal Carolina, is on the ballot this year. Robbie Caldwell, he's on the ballot representing Furman out of Pageland, South Carolina. Orlando Ruff represents Furman. He is on the ballot here. These are the finalists again. Clemson University has 7 names. Jerry Butler from Ware Shoals, Fred Cohn, Woody Dantzler, Steve Kinney, C.J. Spiller, Perry Tuttle, and Brinson Buckner. Those are the representatives from the Tigers. Edwin Bailey, Barney Chavis, and Chartrick Darby, all from South Carolina State University. And then here are the finalists from the University of South Carolina. Larry Craig, who would be a legacy finalist here out of 6 Mile, South Carolina. Todd Ellis.
I thought he was already in.
Not in the South Carolina Football Hall of Fame. He's in the Athletic Hall of Fame at the University.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Corey Miller, our friend Corey Miller. Robert Brooks, Sidney Rice, and Coach Lou Holtz are all on the ballot representing the University of South Carolina this year. So congratulations to
these are names that
well,
so many of those I'm like, how are they not already in?
Yeah, so last year Troy Brown got in. And remember, this isn't a Gamecock award. This is voted on by everybody. Troy Brown, Jim Carlin was a legacy member last year. Buddy Pugh, Deuce Staley, and Jim Stuckey, who is one of the greatest interviews I've ever done in my life for what that's worth. Jim Stuckey's hilarious. 2023, Ben Coates got in, Terry Allen, Harold Green, Stump Mitchell, Coach Jimmy Satterfield. There's some incredible names. I think, what year did Spurrier get in? I want to say it was a year after he left. No.
Yeah, that had to be fast-tracked. You don't wait 20 years to put him in.
Yeah, Steve was, I don't know, it might have been. It was in 2020. Yeah. He was in with Robert Porcher, Willie Scott, Charlie Waters, and Art Baker. Art Baker.
Porcher, South Carolina State, Detroit Lions.
Yeah. Art Baker is one of the most instrumental football humans in the history of the state of South Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Art's what an amazing man.
I got to know the importance of Art Baker calling those South Carolina State Championship games on SCTV.
Yeah.
ETV, SCTV. But
how about Art Baker, my former boss, Gil Kirkman, that at one point in time was his father-in-law. Can you believe that?
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Easy. You're starting to turn red a little bit. See the fire coming out.
Two different people.
There you
go. Art Baker's 101. But anyway, so congratulations to all those guys. That's hard to. I mean, I don't know, Mike. I mean, if I could send you the ballot and you look at it, I will do some real thinking on this. I mean, I feel like all these guys I think deserve to be in. I don't see how I would not vote for C.J. Spiller or Woody Dantzler.
No.
I mean,
those are no-brainers to me.
Think about that. I mean, let me ask you this: from South Carolina, like, I don't see how Todd wouldn't be in here.
I thought he was in.
Not in the South Carolina Football Hall of Fame.
Right. Is Tannehill in?
Steve is not, I don't believe. Now, my guess would be he will pop up on a ballot probably sooner than later. I haven't seen Steve's name just to make sure. It's funny because I know some of them. I mean, Sterling's in there. No, I remember.
I know Steve's in the Gamecock Hall of Fame.
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah.
I covered this event one year, I think, when Rick Sanford got in.
The first class ever was
Mooney Player. Remember them? Mooney
Oh,
Player.
yeah.
He got
first
in that year.
The first class was the biggest class. Sam White, Frank Howard, Donnie Shell, George Rogers, Willie Jeffries, Banks McFadden, Danny Ford, Harry Carson. I mean, they're all no-brainers. I can't see any way that I would leave Robert Brooks off this list. I mean Sheldon. I mean, dude, Sheldon played in the NFL forever. I mean,
no, he was a hell of a player. Look, I get the counter argument to this is if you just let everybody in that was good, then it waters it down a bit. So I'm sure there's people on that committee that are like, hey, we have to be ultra selective. It's the Hall of Great, not the Hall of Good.
Yeah. I mean,
So
is Lou Holtz a Hall of Famer? I mean,
I mean, we're just talking about his contributions at South Carolina, right?
Yeah.
So 5 years, 2 Outback Bowls.
More than it was the turnaround is what matters to me. It's not the overall record.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they were the worst team in college football.
Well, they were the worst team under his watch. Just thinking from both sides.
Yep.
I mean, Brad Scott put together a couple of 6 and 5s, right? So,
well, he had one.
Did he just have one?
Yeah, he only went to one bowl game. Brad Scott.
Well, back then, 6 and 5 didn't guarantee you a bowl game. Now, then, like it does now.
Yeah. Well, maybe he had another one.
I thought maybe he had another one because what was the? Well, we can look it up. But anyway, I'm not suggesting Brad belongs in there. By the way, I was just trying to compare.
Just compare and contrast.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing.
I get it.
When I say that. Hey, real quick, while you're mentioning some of those names, I'll mention a name that who knows could be on.
Oh, you're right. He did 96. They went 6 and 5. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. RyanBrewer.net. He's our Hall of Famer, no doubt about that. Hall of Famer person, Hall of Famer former player, and Hall of Famer businessman. And the business is Ryan Brewer Fence. Variety of services ranging from fences, railings, and columns. Check out the website. They have a lot of unique things on there that we can't even describe. It's best to see them with the naked eye. RyanBrewer.net. Of course, when you need a fence around your home or your office, that is the first call and probably the final call you'll make. Ryan Brewer Fence, over 15 years of experience. Check him out at RyanBrewer.net.
Brewer's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
And if you don't think he is, I dare you to tell him that to his face.
Tell him to his face.
Go up to him at the tailgate next year and say, Ryan, I beg to differ with the guys. I don't think you're Hall of Fame worthy.
The funny thing, like we were joking about this at Patrick's event the night before the Clemson game. I was like, what in the world just happened there? I was like, we were talking to Ryan and Liz. I was like, dude, I don't have this problem. You have a problem that I don't have. And he was like, oh yeah, what's that? I said, well, you're the 4th best athlete in your family. I'm the first. Like I'm number 1 between my kids and my wife and myself. You're number 4. He was like, oh, is that so? I was like, no. And then of course Liz gives you the eye. I'm like, actually, yeah, it's definitely true. I'm more scared of Liz than I am of Ryan, actually, at the end of the day. But, you know, same thing that you said just a little bit ago, Mike. I mean, he married a cool wife. Ryan gets to watch football on New Year's Eve.
I think the thing that the 4 of us have in common, and we're all different people, we all married a cool wife. And if you're dealing with somebody in this profession, I mean, I'm working weekends. I don't know how many. I've cut back a little bit, but it's still a very, very high number. So I'm an absentee husband for a lot of the year on the weekends. We all work late nights. We all get to watch sports and say, honey, this is part of my job. I'd love to watch that romantic comedy with you, but I need to see this. You know, it's not an easy deal marrying somebody in this profession. Got to find the right person.
My wife's not a big romantic comedy person. I mean, she likes them, but we're more.
Neither is mine, actually. I just threw that out there. I don't know what I don't know what's
We binge old TV shows and watch movies that we've seen 1,000 times. That's our place.
Well, I do that, and one of the reasons we do a Fiver Dimer segment, is because if it's a really good movie, I'm not afraid to watch it 50 times. But that's definitely not my wife. She's like, "Are you watching this? You're quoting every line from Jaws. Are you getting joy out of this?" Yes, I really am, actually.
I got a Jaws Lego set for Christmas.
Did you really?
Oh, wow. Awesome.
That's an awesome gift.
Mm-hmm.
That's an awesome. Our guy Troy Branham went to the movie was filmed in Nantucket, and he went to every landmark, building, and place that you see in the movie. He was there for like over a week and did that. Very jealous of that. JC is reading the portal.
Yes, we're divining.
JC also has a cool wife.
Yeah, I meant
to
comment on that. Yeah, it's definitely true. I've been many ways. So yeah, Carrie, Dina, Nat, Summer, they all are great people and put up with our butts,
and vice versa.
That's the truth. Well, yeah, I mean, it's
don't sell ourselves short.
We're not. Don't tell them that.
Don't act like I don't put up with much.
We got to put up with a lot of crap too. JV says she clearly does not listen to this show.
Oh no, absolutely not. She didn't even know that I have a show.
Yeah, see, JC can't say that because Nat listens a lot, and she would roast him in the chat box within seconds.
Yeah, my wife would never do that. She didn't even know what I do up here. She's like, "Oh, what? Okay.
Nah. What do you I never know what he's doing up there.
He's just on your computer up there all day.
Give me the meatloaf."
Have y'all watched any good shows lately? I've been meaning to ask you that.
I'm trying to. I'm about to start the Stranger Things final.
I gave up on that too.
Yeah, I parachuted out of that plane.
Yeah, it started getting too funky for me, and
it got weird. And then I did a rewatch just to kind of get myself fresh because my eldest daughter loves it, and that way we've got something to talk about. And I'm a big sci-fi guy, so it's kind of cool. But
the creators are brilliant in that it is, to me, it's a kid's show, but because of all the like 80s and 90s references, the adults in the room have something to like appreciate and relate to.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember when season 1 came out, I'm like, they nailed it. Like, this was my childhood.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, it started getting funky, man. I mean, obviously, I'm also asking that question aside from Landman. That's the given.
All in on that. That might be the only one I'm all in
Although
on.
the episode before last, I was not. I was disappointed in that one. But everybody has a bad episode sometimes, except Cheers.
Yes.
Never seen a bad episode of Cheers.
No.
Ever.
No, it was not a stinker on that one. No, you're right.
Yeah.
I hate it when good shows end on bad notes. Seinfeld, first one that comes to mind. What a terrible series.
That was meant to. That they did that intentionally, though.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
I wasn't crazy with how The Sopranos ended. I wasn't crazy with how The Sopranos ended. I mean,
I didn't like the end.
Everybody knew what happened. I understand the interpretation of it.
He's dead.
It just left you feeling like, all right, so that's it. That's all there is. Makes you kind of. I mean, the show is so good, and it just makes you hate life. You know, you're like,
this thing only
do all the
ends
therapy, all the conflict. It just ends in an instant because you got whacked. I guess that's good. I don't know.
He went out in style much better than Vito did.
The onion rings. He was getting that. He's like, "You want to get the onion rings?" And then it was. Sorry if I spoiled it for anybody. If you hadn't watched this,
I mean, yeah, that's.
I would have been okay if they. It would have been okay if they faded to black on the homicide of Vito.
Did y'all ever watch Black Rabbit?
I
started
failed on that too. I got through like 6, and I was like, I don't know where this is going, and I'm done.
You'll figure it out. It's
okay.
Yeah. Did you ever watch Hightown?
Ooh, 2. What am I doing with my life?
A lot going on in Hightown.
Yeah.
A lot going on.
You must have more time than we do, Jamie. I don't, or maybe you're more efficient. with
do.
your
I don't
time.
know. Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
you're more
apparently
efficient with your time. That's a better way
using
to
it
put
better than we do, but I don't.
Yeah,
Where do you find the time to watch it? Do you sleep, JB?
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Oh, man,
no,
not much.
I usually I usually go to bed actually pretty early, but then there's sometimes like on weekends or something where like after football, I'm just sitting up by myself. I'll watch. I can watch a show and still get up at 7 a.m. with my kids and be okay. Like, but usually during the week I'm in bed fairly early. I'll tell you another one too if y'all like history. The James Garfield story, Death by Lightning. It's only
that's great. Yeah, I did see that. That was really good.
4 episodes. It was phenomenal.
Some great bits of acting in there too. It's like just
phenomenal. Yeah. What's the guy's name, Phil? The main
guy that plays Garfield, or the guy that plays?
Yeah. Is it?
Never remember that guy's name. Dina and I were thinking about that the other day, and neither one of us.
Michael Shannon or something? Is that Michael Shannon? Who's Michael Shannon?
Oh, he's been in a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, it is Michael Shannon.
Michael Shannon, right?
Michael
Okay.
Shannon. Yeah. Because we kept thinking, I keep thinking Nick Offerman, who plays Chester A. Arthur.
No,
he's
Nick
good
Offerman's
too.
the founder, but
Death by Lightning it was 4 episodes. It was. I never realized a lot of that stuff about James Garfield. I mean,
that was it was assuming that I'm sure that's more true than it's not. Right. It's a really interesting story of how politics worked back in the 19th century.
You just kill them. And back then, you could just walk in the door. Hey, I want to work for you, Mr. President. Okay,
Right.
well, stand in line. I don't think you can do that now. Ben, I just started that. Yeah, it's amazing. The Ken Burns American Revolution series.
Oh,
yeah,
I didn't even know that was out.
I'm just through the first 2 or 3 hour first episode. Yeah, amazing. I love history, so I wish more people would actually enjoy history so they could actually understand the president a little bit better. And I'm a huge fan. So yes, I agree with that.
It's a struggle to find accuracy in history documentaries, so that's the challenge.
Well, and Ken Burns is just so
his one on Vietnam was one of the best things I've ever seen in television.
Yeah,
Civil War was good too.
Mm-hmm.
Shelby Foote, the late great Shelby Foote, was a star in that one. The old historian from Greenville, lack of a better term, Yankees on there.
Yeah.
And
the kid,
there's Shelby Foote, and he's like, well, back then, Lee, and he'd get on it. So he's the star of Ken Burns' documentary. Now he clearly pisses off a lot of people that want to relive the Civil War here in 2025 because of his views. But you just love listening to that guy talk.
I know. Well, his baseball series, he was ahead of the game. When did that baseball series come out? 94, right? The year they went on strike? Did it come out the same year?
I think it was right around that time.
Around there.
Yeah, it was right around then, right? That was unbelievable. And who would have thunk that that's where TV was going,
So 94, season 1, episode 1, September 18, 1994.
Yeah.
Hey, before I get out of here, a quick couple of shout outs. Number one to the guy behind me, Trey Young. Enjoyed calling some of his games.
Yeah.
I know he gets a bad rap, but 8 years in Atlanta, there haven't been a lot of superstars that have entertained. He's taken the heat for everything under the sun. Wish him well. Sorry he's going to a terrible franchise. And two, since it came up, Dusty May in Michigan.
Yeah.
You know who's an assistant coach on that staff? This was brought to my attention.
Boynton.
That's right.
Boynton.
Mike Boynton. It's come to my attention by someone that I worked with years ago that was on those staffs. Anyway, I wouldn't be surprised if Mike Boynton becomes a head coach again. The fact that he's on that staff in Michigan's doing great things goes a long way. But shout out to Mike Boynton.
Yeah, he's a guy that a lot of people, especially after he took them, I think it was to the second round, I believe, the Cowboys. I think they made it to the second round back in 2020 or 2021, somewhere in there. And that was right, that was when the conversation was really getting hot around Frank. There's a lot of people that wanted Mike Boynton to get this job.
No question. And, they got Cade Cunningham, who's lighting it up in Detroit, and then all of a sudden they just stopped giving him, as I've been told, stopped giving him money to spend. They cut his legs from underneath him. If you really want to get rid of a coach nowadays, just cut off his NIL funding, and he'll be fired real quick.
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
Good way to do it. Anyway, guys, I got to get out, but enjoy it. Look forward to the next
week.
Couple hours of the show.
Safe travel.
Be good, man. Be safe.
Yeah, man. Hey, what game are you calling this weekend?
I've got Missouri at Ole Miss on Saturday.
Okay.
Then I go to Kansas. First time I've done a Jayhawk game since Carolina played there in 2006, I believe. Haven't been to Allen Fieldhouse since. Very psyched about that. That'll be on Elite Media. And then Wednesday we'll be in Fayetteville for the Gamecocks at Arkansas.
Oh, okay, good.
That's my next few days. Yeah.
Coach Cal has a tough time beating South Carolina. Definitely in Columbia.
Definitely in Columbia. Always seems to get teed up at the CLA.
Yeah,
but this will be on the road, which is very tough to win there.
You got a good. You get a shot to see Missouri this weekend. Missouri's very good. They're 12-3, 2-0, and
trying to make it to would be Gates's third tournament. Before he had the 0-19.
Yeah.
But trying to make it to his third tournament in 4 years.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, they're on their way. All right, Mike. Thanks,
man.
All right,
boys. You got it. Have a great weekend.
Yes, sir. All right, gentlemen. I know y'all are going to get well into the recruiting here, and I'll be monitoring all of that. I'm going to go just sit on the couch and eat an avocado and watch some TV shows. That's what I do.
Awesome TV shows. Yeah, that sounds good. I know you don't get to do that often.
This is why. Right. Yeah. I'm just waiting on the kids to get home. Yeah.
just hanging around. Yeah, just hanging around. Can I ask JC? Can I ask you a question? I asked Mike earlier, real quick.
Sure. Yeah.
It was part of our morning show scramble. It was the local question. Which is more likely in 2026? Nick Harbor has a 1,000-yard receiving season, or the Gamecocks allow less than 30 sacks?
I'm going to go with less than 30 sacks.
That's what Mike said.
People are going to think I hate Nick Harbor because I always have very modest statistical prediction. I'm like, if he could just get to 30 catches, and he always kind of makes me look smart because, and it's not him so much as last year's the offense. I mean, he led the SEC in yards per catch last year. So
yeah,
so it's possible. It's possible, especially if they light it up. I just think I think new blood on the offensive line, new coach on the offensive line, new system, and I'm not trying to, because every time I say they're good, they're going to be fine. But this is a new day, right? And then this system is designed to give up very few sacks. Because they go so quick and they get the ball out so fast. That's even if you are giving up pressure, that helps you not get sacked a lot. Although Josh Hoover was sacked 18 times last year, but hey, you take that. 18 would be heck. Carolina may be playing today if they'd only given up 18 sacks last year.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he did get the 30 catches this year, but the yards per catch, to your point, 20.6 this year is the third highest in school history behind Ryan Bethea and Ira Hillary. So
I mean, he was good, kind of like Rasul Faison was good for like one fantastic run a game. Harbor, you could, toward the end, the back half of the season, you could count on him getting loose deep, and that was their best play on offense sometimes. Most of the time. I mean, in the whole year, you really couldn't argue that their best play on offense was chunking it deep to Nick. Most effective because it worked a lot.
100%. 13 catches, 340 yards in the last 4 games, and first wide receiver in 15 years since Alshon Jeffrey to catch a touchdown in 5 straight games. I did exchanged some texts with Steve Fink this morning. We're trying to figure out what is the longest consecutive streak for a wide receiver in catching a touchdown pass in school history. We've got the single season, or it hasn't been done 5 straight since Alshon, but we don't know if 5 is the record or not. So the Gamecocks are looking into that. Maybe we'll get an answer on it. See.
Sweet.
Who's tomorrow? Derek Scott tomorrow, Raphael tomorrow. Great timing for Raphael, the NFL playoffs and college football playoffs. And we'll get some national perspective from Brad Crawford. So we got a busy day tomorrow. So.
Oh, nice. That'd be fun.
Yeah, man. Derek, just to preview, maybe a second consecutive Q1 victory for Gamecock basketball. We'll see. Y'all take it from here. See you later.
I should not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say, but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese. But Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say, but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show, firing off here on a thirsty Thursday. We are live from the mountains to the sea in the great state of South Carolina, coast to coast and worldwide via the internet, World Wide Web. That's what they call it. I am Phil Mad Dog Mullinax, broadcasting through the orange fog of the upstate of South Carolina. He is, of course, JC Sherbert, and always as always, from Points Unknown, it is Thursday, JC. So we've got Alex Jones of thebigspur.com coming in for our weekly Gamecock Smorgasbord. Excited to hear the latest from the transfer portal from Alex here. And I got us a new background to kind of represent the transfer portal. I kind of feel like I'm entering it myself here. Yeah, it kind of fades in and out. I don't know. I wish I could.
Floating through the portal.
Yeah. Well, I had to kind of spruce things up for us. I got everything going there for the morning show. So it's like, yeah, you know what? We need a little something too. Let's go.
Clowns are people too, Phil.
And with that said, you'll see another one tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully we'll get there. I got a new song I want to add to the bumper music too, and I meant to do that. I started running money numbers, and whenever I do that, it needs my full attention because I will make a mistake. So got distracted with that. But yeah, this is ITG Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Thank you for joining us today. The ITG chat box is open to Club Chief members. If you'd like to join Club Chief, you can do that right on our YouTube channel, the low price of $4.99 a month. You can chat with us every single solitary day. So that would be good. If not, we'll see you on Wide Open Wednesday and then other special occasions, right?
That's right. Speaking of Club Chief, welcome Rebel Elite X.
Yes.
Well, morning. Good to see you, man.
Rebel Elite X. We appreciate you coming being a part of this today. So Cam points out there was some news this morning. Jaylen Brown followed Sterling Lucas to LSU. Brown was here for a minute, didn't see him much, did some good things. They liked him, loved him really, but got hurt, had some other issues health-wise. Looked like surprised he got in the portal, but listen, let me just tell you this. There's a reason. If you look at Brown, I should have known when he got in the portal. But my question was yesterday, we talked about it, about his health. Like, okay, so what's the why is he getting in the portal? What's his health situation looks like? Apparently it's fine. But there's a reason the guy, Missouri was kind of the team that was after him the hardest. He goes to Missouri. There's a reason he came here. And that reason was Sterling Lucas, because Sterling Lucas got in on him and recruited him, and they almost flipped him. He's from Alabama. So he leaves and comes here. It wasn't Carolina didn't buy him, and Missouri wouldn't pay the money. It wasn't about money. His coach even said as much. And then, I think if you connect the dots, where does Sterling Lucas go? He goes to LSU. And where does Jaylen Brown end up? LSU. Now, I still think he's going to be a very good player. That's a nice pickup if he's healthy and ready to go for the Bayou Bengals. But 100%, I should have said this. I don't think he's ever going back to Missouri or anything like that. He 100% was going to follow Lucas. And I should have mentioned that. I was never told that, but I had a gut feeling. My question was about his health and things like that. But best of luck to Jaylen Brown. That's Carolina Titan mentions the Jaylen Brown move is suspect. I thought Lucas was a stand-up guy. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with him personally, and he didn't get Dylan Stewart, but, Jaylen Brown's kind of low-hanging fruit a little bit, because he's probably not a guy that on the open portal market is going to command a bunch, but Sterling knows who he is and what he's all about and how good he can be, and if you're trying to kind of squeeze another D lineman in, which you can never have too many of those, why not? Why not do it? And the relationship with Lucas was the reason Carolina got him here to begin with. But then again, I mean, look, but you also have to understand there's a head coach at LSU, and we know what he's all about.
Yeah.
I mean, it's in the news. And so everybody's got a boss. So if boss man says, hey, can you get this guy? Yeah, sure. What's going on. Remember Sterling Lucas? I remember I covered him in recruiting. He actually turned Carolina down and went to NC State. And Shane Beamer was his recruiter. How interesting was that? So
yeah, no hard feelings.
17 years ago, whatever decision Sterling Lucas made, was that Sterling had a reason. He was a linebacker, and he was also from Orangeburg, Wilkinson, and Carolina, for whatever reason. Those kids either go to Clemson or stay in state most of the time. Maybe it's too close, right? Orangeburg. Now, St. Matthews, they get everybody out of Calhoun County they want, but Orangeburg, not so much. I don't know. You tell me. I have no idea why at OW Carolina has not gotten anybody, and they hadn't had a prospect in a while. But back in the day, like in the 90s, they used to have all kinds of players, and Alex Barron and every one of them went. Arturo Freeman was the one guy Carolina got out of OW. Anyway, and then Sterling Lucas was just like the next guy that left, and it was NC State. But in fairness to Sterling, Beamer was his recruiter, but Carolina had Tyrone Nix coaching linebackers and defense. And then for 30 days, they had Brian Van Gorder coaching linebackers and coaching defense. And then Ellis Johnson came in right before signing day. So that instability probably played a factor in going to NC State. But that's quite all right. That was between 07 and 08 too, before the rest of the coaching staff, kind of the good one under Spurrier, came in. So anyway, Jay Frew says he wants Ole Miss to win the whole thing except for the LSU coach getting money. Yeah, that's just kind of crazy. Matt asked about Boogie Bryant, Jaden Bryant from Irmo. Does he stick with LSU or does Barnes get him to flip? I'm sure a lot will depend on how next season goes for both teams. Yeah, I based on how things have gone, and then the fact that Kiffin probably will, he's probably going to do less portaling at LSU because you can get good freshmen there than he did at Ole Miss, but they're still going to be pretty active in the portal. High school kids that commit this early, I don't worry about. So that's just, I'm not worried about it. I did hear a few weeks ago that Bryant and Carson, the offensive lineman from Irmo, both were not trending to Carolina. Carson was, I think, Alabama, and Bryant was Alabama, LSU. And then when Lucas left, that really put LSU right in the thick of things. So we'll see. I think it's a lot easier to recruit and flip a guy locally, especially here in Columbia. Julian Walker is an example of that. Of course, Carolina had some advantages there. And boy, he's a special looking player right now.
Yeah, man.
He's moved up the third. Like I've said Currents and Gray, I think, could play and start and do big things as a freshman. And I'm there with Walker now. So I'm there with Walker now. But yeah, we'll see. Local kid, and he's a good player too. It's like he and Jalen Brown are actually very similar. Jaden Bryant is a bigger DN type. Really good prospect, and Brown's kind of saying 6'4", 260, 270 type guys that Carolina hopefully can get some of those. I like those guys, because they're good against the run. I'm going to harp on defensive ends against the run all summer, so get ready for all off season. So Krager says Walker is on the field next year. Yeah, I think so too. Matt says, I haven't listened to Coffee yet. Not sure if he touched on it, but what's the holdup on Thompson entering the portal? I think he's trying to decide whether he really wants to enter the portal or not, just to be frank. So
there have been a lot of mixed reports about that.
Yeah, my gut.
He's in the portal. Hey, he's not in the portal.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because he's not officially in. He announced himself he was getting into the portal.
Yeah, which is
he said, I'm getting in the portal, folks. Sorry. And but now not. And there's a lot of talk about, and look, a lot too, I would think, because Josiah Thompson, you have to respect the upside, and anybody that looks at him and sees him play. I mean, a lot of offensive line coaches outside of South Carolina love him. I mean, they think he can be special, and I agree, but he wasn't special last year. And many times on the offensive line, you're looking like South Carolina this year. They're probably not going to take the guy that's out of the portal unless he's just a no-brainer that's a year away. And now Thompson will be going into his third year of college football, so that's kind of when offensive linemen should really start to be at their best. But if you're looking to pay a tackle big money, you're paying him to come in and start, not based on upside. And so the question with him would be, are you comfortable saying between now and next season, you're going to get him that much better than he played this year if you're another school? The answer to that, in my opinion, is yes. The answer is they'll look at it, and, but another thing, when you look at the tackles in the portal right now, not a lot of the top ones have committed, including the guy from Auburn, Xavier Champlin, there's a big market for, including two guys Carolina's in on, Bryant Williams and Peak from NC State. There's the dominoes have not fallen. So who's to say, like, okay, school X, Y, and Z that misses out on top tackle that needs a tackle goes, all right, just here's what we'll pay you. Because again, I think a lot of times, no matter what school you're at, especially at Carolina, you feel like, oh my God, all these other schools have unlimited money and we have none, and that's not the case. They're working within a budget as well. Some budgets are bigger than others, obviously. And beauty is also in the eye of the beholder. Some coaching staffs really, really value this type of guy. Some value the other type of guy, and you pay accordingly. And that's kind of part of the chaos and stuff that is part of college football these days. Yeah, and I said on coffee too, it was kind of a quiet day yesterday as far as the commit fireworks go. Some guys did sign or make it official through the official account. But I think that we're about to see some activity. Not guaranteeing it's going to be today, so don't be sitting there tweeting at me at 9 o'clock. Hey, we're waiting, but it could be pretty soon. So there's that as well. Lion asked, I saw Braden Lee was in the portal. Think Carolina goes after him. Ooh, that's very intriguing. That's the kid that stayed at home and went to Maryland because he had a death in the family, right? At corner.
I believe so.
Wouldn't surprise me. Had a pretty decent year. Well, yeah, this was a couple of years ago. As a redshirt freshman this year, just had one interception, 2 pass deflections. Looks like 18 tackles. I'm just going off the ESPN look. I don't know. I thought, well, they may not sign. They want a safety, and then they want a nickel for sure. And I think the nickel will probably be Quaysheed Scott. But maybe it won't be a safety. Maybe it'll be a corner. Torian Gray does a lot of different things. Bruin reports. The Bruin Report. That's our UCLA site is called Bruin Report Online. They call it Bro. That's perfect for UCLA, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Bro. Dog. Jay Frew says Nolan Hayes coming back. Not surprised with that. I don't know if Nolan Hayes bad or not.
I liked Hayes and what limited action.
Yeah. When he was in there. So,
and he's a big team guy. You just can tell, like watching him on the sidelines, even when he was hurt, like he's over there, Yeah, he just looks like a big team guy.
Yeah. Clint says Josiah's visiting UGA today. Ben says he'll either be in here or in Athens. He's probably seeing what UGA will offer money wise before entering. I don't know what UGA will decide with him. He's a really good player. So I don't know what that will happen. And that's one of the things. Yeah, Brandon mentions Braden Lee's dad. Braden Lee's dad passed. Yeah. And did that. Bruin also reports DJ Lagway's going to Baylor. Good.
It's good. Yeah. Fine.
It's a good fit for him.
Yeah.
No, I just don't want him going, anywhere. But because I still think DJ Lagway can be pretty good, especially at Baylor. But those Texas quarterbacks sometimes in Texas style offenses do a little bit better than maybe they do in Billy Napier's system, right? So anyway, well, let's get a break in, Phil, real quick before we get back.
Yeah, we need to
get behind. I want to get a break in, and we'll get more into the ITG chat box. I'm going to talk about some other stuff as well, and we got Smorgasbord coming up top of the hour. This is the show. We'll be right back.
For over 80 years, the West Law Firm has delivered hard work, honest advice, and real results, and is a law firm built on family that delivers for families in South Carolina. They represent clients through personal injury, criminal defense, car, DUI, and boating accidents, and more. Built on blue collar, representing blue collar, the West Law Firm understands the importance of dedication and experience needed for representation, but with a foxhole mentality. Visit westlawfirmsc.com. westlawfirmsc.com. Get comfortable with our team and learn why we should be a part of yours when you need us. Go Gamecocks!
New year, right? Let the procrastination begin. You've done it before. Join the gym. Go for a couple of weeks, and then it's over. So here's our solution. Bring the gym to you. Do it your way, on your time, in your home. Visit Charleston Fitness Equipment and start where you want to start. charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Have a healthy new year.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
It's the end of the model year, and you know what that means at JT's Kia. Huge holiday savings.
Up to $10,000 off brand new JT's Kias. We've never had discounts like that.
Drive a new Kia Sorento just $199 a month, or a 2026 Kia Sportage just $159 a month.
Better quality, better warranty, and thousands less than other imports.
No matter your credit, JT can help you get it.
Year-end savings, so you better hurry.
I-77 at Killian Road.
JT's Kia.
Kia Season of New Tradition sales event.
Today and every day, we celebrate our great state of South Carolina. This week, our hometown highlight takes us to the banks of Winyah Bay to beautiful Georgetown. Visit the Rice Museum the next time you stroll Front Street. We love you, Georgetown.
Hey Georgetown, this is your Low Country lawyer and friend Mason West at the West Law Firm. We love our folks in Georgetown just like we do all across the state of South Carolina. And if you've been injured in a car wreck or hurt on the job, we're here to help. Call us at West Law Firm, 843-897-7525.
And now, the show goes on.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show. Here we are, firing off still in the first hour of the show, built by the Barndo Co. as always. It's funny, we're taking a look at the ITG chat box here, keeping up with the club chief members. Russell brings up something, JC, that I got a big laugh at when I was looking at, I think it was Twitter or something yesterday. Jimmy Francis is back at graphics. Everything. Dude. Jimmy Francis, who we might add, Beamer will mention, like
mentions him all the time
at random times, just all the time. So what? I'm not that big on who he is. I'm not that well versed on it. I just haven't really looked into it. Who is Jimmy Francis
right now? He's the 4th team quarterback.
Right.
behind
he must be a hell of a damn teammate, player, just because he always gets a mention, man.
I mentioned the state of Texas before the break, and he's a Texas. He's from Dallas, the Dallas area. Those guys can play. I mean, think about, a guy like Baker Mayfield, who was overlooked from the state of Texas, that ended up being Baker Mayfield. And Cam Ward also is from Texas and was overlooked, but it was the #1 pick in the draft. So don't discount Jimmy Francis now.
No.
It's a funny name because I was surprised he was from Texas because it sounds like an old Irish, Jimmy Francis. Jimmy Francis. Jimmy Francis. You've gotten yourself on a pickle, haven't you, Jimmy Francis? But definitely
the double first names. It's just it sticks in there, and I've never really just dug into it. So yeah, go. I know he's a quarterback, but yeah, 4th string quarterback, Texas guy. All right,
yeah. So, but a happy, look, you need the world needs more Jimmy Francises.
No, I mean seriously, and I'm not making light of the situation. I just think it's like it was a big announcement that found its way to my algorithm with graphics and everything. And I'm like, yeah, right on, man.
Here's the deal, man. It's like this. It's like if everybody in college football every year, is gonna, and this just goes to prove my point. These are still kids. And nobody likes to hear that, but you can't. Well, they're grown men now; they're getting paid and blah blah blah. Nah, they're still young people. You can't speed that process up. And so, kids are going to like to have fun, and they want to be part of it too. And everybody else is putting out running it. I mean, there's guys that in November we knew were coming back that are like coming back.
Run it back.
Now, look, I'll admit the Mazio Bennett thing was significant because there's a lot of speculation. He was gone.
Yeah, right.
Because didn't have a good year, but I respect him for staying because I think he could play a lot better. I think that I don't know if he was completely healthy all year. I don't know what happened with him. But he's going to fight it out. And if he can return to form, he can help the football team, especially in this system where, instead of 50 plays, when you only run 50 plays, your receivers normally aren't going to put up numbers, and some of them are getting frustrated. And you're never going to see some of them because there's only one ball, and different people get different targets and different plays. And when you statistically ran the ball as much as Carolina did at times, and you just don't get that many opportunities to shine. So maybe it just, when he got the ball though, he looked a little different. I don't know, but then again, he's probably pressing and stuff.
Yeah.
So anyway, ITG chat box rolls on, very active today. We certainly appreciate that. The Queen of the Cocks, our resident comedian, says Francis is fighting Lenoris for QB1. What if he ended up playing and leading the Gamecocks to big win? They called him the fighting. You know how they said the fighting. So is it the fighting Jimmy Francis?
That's right.
Jimmy Francis leading those Gamecocks to a win.
Oh, you remember that day?
You remember it. Kreger says, JC, will you rank in order the offensive tackles that are visiting? I will go 1, Peak, 2, Bryant Williams, 3, the rest of them. There's a difference between those two and the others. I'm not saying that if they end up with the rest of them that those guys couldn't compete and be good. It's the portal. Everybody's good. Even the guy from Northern Arizona, everybody was kind of Seth Small. Is that his name? I think it's ironic that if you're a 6'6", 315-pound tackle and your last name is Small.
That's right. Yeah, right.
Small.
Yeah. Somebody probably nicknamed him Tiny,
Tiny, small. So anyway, Ben says Peak is definitely number 1 for me. All conference tackles from the Power 4 must gets. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put must in any category, but that's the guy. I mean, if you're looking for a guy like that, and NC State produces great offensive line, but they do a good job up there with that. Individual talent development at NC State's not a problem. It's, we know what the problem is at NC State. They're stuck in purgatory.
That's right.
They're
a basketball school.
Now, I guess. I mean, they've always cared about basketball.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, when I used to live in the Piedmont Triad area in the Jimmy V era, and it was they were all in. They were all in.
So, all right. So, NC State's offensive line coach is Garrett Tuagu. Okay, so here's why they're good on the offensive line. This was Bronco Mendenhall's guy at BYU in Virginia. That dude puts out good. I mean, that's their whole thing, physical play, tough play, all that good stuff. This guy's a guru. He played at BYU, so it doesn't surprise me. But historically, they've even put out good offensive. And they'll find guys too. Probably this guy from BYU, because Bronco Mendenhall did that as well at both stops. But Jacarius Peak, everybody in the country has inquired about that guy. I mean, my understanding is Ole Miss is kind of making a push for him. There's been some mention of Alabama, but we'll see kind of how it all plays out as the day moves forward. But not a done deal to Carolina yet. Bryant Williams, here's my thing about him, Phil. He visited Florida State, loved Florida State. That's where he's going unless the visit tops. And then he comes to Carolina, loves Carolina, and it's now between Carolina and Arkansas. So Florida State just went in the toilet after the visit. He's from Lake Charles, Louisiana, which is closer to Arkansas. Will he – and this is a kid, because he's been at University of Louisiana. He's never been through the process, right?
Right, yeah.
I mean, he was recruited by a group of 5 schools. Okay, I'm going to go be a Raging Cajun. So the red carpet has been rolled out at 2 big-time programs and now a third. Will he be one that, the recency bias and pick Arkansas? Or did South Carolina have such a good visit? I wasn't all that confident based on his comments about Florida State. I was like, well, that's going to be hard to overcome, because rarely especially portal players go, yeah, that's where I'm going, if nothing. But Alex, and we'll ask him about it in the Smorgasbord, he got him on the phone last night and seemed to be great. And before the visit, I was told by some contacts that they felt pretty good about him. So I guess they just ignored didn't even look at what was said publicly, or didn't care, or knew what was going on behind the scenes. So that's the deal there. Matthew said, I thought Mazio checked out and made his decision by November. No, he didn't. I think his problem was more confidence and frustration.
Had to be some frustration in there. Yeah. I don't know. Because we saw, I mean, he was a better player as a freshman than he was as a sophomore, but like you very astutely pointed out, the opportunities were more for wide receivers 2 years ago than they were last year.
Absolutely. Somebody asked about Quincy Porter, 5-star guy, 6'4", 205 from Ohio State. In the portal, South Carolina was mentioned as a team for him. Do I think Carolina's got a shot? A puncher's chance. I also think that the connection there is probably Stan Drayton. He played at Bergen Catholic, home of Tanner McAvoy, in the state of New Jersey. He's from New Jersey, so if you kind of read the tea leaves a little bit, there's the connection. Now this guy, he caught 4 passes at Ohio State, but let's just admit it, they're pretty loaded. If you can get a guy like this and make it work, and he doesn't want an insane amount of money, like you know what I'm saying, because with 4 catches or whatever, you try to make that work, right? But the list is long as far as the player, the players that want him, but are the guys that want him. But yeah, I'll say this, I think Carolina could get a visit. Do I know Carolina could get a visit? No. And I'll also say this about 4 catches. I mean, we remember that kid that went to Alabama for 2020 from Ohio State, Jameson, what's his name? He had 7 catches at Ohio State. He comes to Alabama. I think he won the Bolitnikoff Award or something. So,
Jameson Williams?
Jameson Williams, yeah.
Yeah.
But so Quincy Porter's decision came down to Penn State and Ohio State. So was Drayton there yet? Yeah, it was last cycle. But it was during the summer. Yeah, I think it's it could be. I'm trying to figure out some things out as far as was Stan Drayton mentioned or something. But it was a surprise to OSU that he got in the portal. So I don't know. But to answer your question, yes, it's possible. That's one that would probably make y'all more happy than me, because I don't know. I like the fact he's 6'4". I've watched his film. I'm not sure I would have had him as a 5-star, to be honest, but I had him pretty high in the country. He's 39th in the portal rankings for those that care about that. But, anytime you go get a guy that was a 5-star just a year ago that's committed to Ohio State, that's from out of state, you're going to be happy. And again, he's a big receiver, 6'4" guy. So, sure, you take him if you can make it work. But, you're in a win now mode, though. And so if it comes down to spending money on Quincy Porter or spending money on a guy that can start and help you next year for sure, at another position where you need more players, then you're obviously going to do that. That's just the way of the world these days, y'all. It's just how it goes. That's just the way it is. Things will always change. So Ben says, I know Michigan feels good about Porter. Michigan and PSU were 2 or 3. Porter out of high school. Michigan just hired the Penn State receivers coach. So we can see what happens. But we'll see if they can get him on campus. Michigan would be a good fit for him. I could see him doing big things at Michigan. So who likes him? Talking about the Clinton guy that Carolina lost. Carolina didn't lose him. They backed off of him. He went to NC State, Trey Aiken. And so Kreger said, or TD Dell's father-in-law coached and played at Clinton, said he's the real deal. Clint says, I like him better than Anthony Baxter. Kreger says Baxter has to change his body. Yeah, a lot of them do. He and Noah Clark both, but that'll happen. And then Clint says there's always the portal, and there is. Always get guys back.
That's right.
NC State loses a bunch of NC State when they have some really, really studs, they're gone normally after the next year.
Yeah.
There's a D tackle at NC State that for a long time Carolina thought he was going to get in the portal, that second portal period, and he ended up staying. But yeah, and that was after they had lost. Hollywood Smothers out. Terrell Anderson out. Peak out. So I don't know. I don't know what that is up there, but it is what it is. If you're the Wolfies. Ooh, werewolf in London, man. All right, let's hit the top of the hour break. I'm ready for the smorgasbord. There is a new offensive lineman. I think he's a guard, folks. But there is a new offensive lineman on the radar. Not the Northern Arizona kid. And we're going to ask our man, Alex, about him.
Yeah.
He is from a school that is a small school, but that you've heard an awful lot about lately, right? And he's on campus today along with Seth Smith. Not Small. It's not Seth Small. It's Seth Smith. I called him Seth Small. Oh, my God. Man.
I missed that one. It flew right by me.
Seth Smith.
All these names flying around. Jeez.
Yeah, it's tough. And then you got Drew Collins and Kelby Collins coming in tomorrow, and Josh Sapp, tight end from Clemson, coming in.
No, the Collins are not twins, right? They're just brothers.
Brothers, yes.
Yeah.
I think I probably called them the Collins twins just because
we had the Desir twins on the mind, because that was a big topic of discussion, although they're apparently vacillating in their decisions as well. So
Clint says no visit for Xavier Chaplin. He's down to FSU, Kentucky. Not surprised at all. I don't really care. As long as what happens, what hopefully happens. So Kentucky, and I like Xavier. I think he's a really good player, but I like others as well. Right. And, have my reasons for that. Kreger said the Collins brothers are the icing for me. Yeah, I still think they need another edge, though. Right? Maybe not. Maybe Julian Walker is good enough to come. I don't know. I would. We'll see. But with Xavier specifically, you always want to keep South Carolina guys at home. Then again, if they're from Beaufort, Hilton Head, as my granddaddy used to call it, the end of the earth. It's like when he got to the end of 95 down there, he'd turn around and come back. Down there at the end of the, because he and my grandma went down there one time and said, down there at the end of the earth on Hilton Head, end of the earth. Sometimes Carolina doesn't do all that well with the end of the earth guys, especially at Hilton Head High School for a number of reasons. But, we'll see. Clint says there's a tweet saying Tulane DN Jordan Newman is on campus. I don't know who's the tweet from. Is it from someone credible?
Is it somebody who regularly stands outside of the football facility?
Yeah, before I go embarrassing myself. So, but we'll yeah. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. He's well, Chris Hummer, he would be credible. But he's going to say he was visiting Colorado and Kentucky. So I don't know, man. We'll see what happens. Yeah, all right, we got to get to a break. Maybe we'll ask Alex. I doubt, unless I've seen something on Expert, or somewhere else. I'll figure it out. All right, we'll see you after this Smorgasbord coming up.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
2026 is the year of the Barn Dominium, and the Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home for your family. Make your dream a reality. Change your life today. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us. Watch JC and Morgan every week on the Chief Sports Network. Now back to ITG.
Do you like hot fudge sundaes? All right.
It's the Gamecock Smorgasbord with Alex Jones.
Welcome back in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Alex Jones with thebigspur.com joins us now. I'll pull JC down since apparently he had to go to the bathroom or something. I don't know. Alex, good to see you. I did not have a crazy video for you today. We want to maximize our time with you today and not necessarily go off the rails because it is, as you know, as you are.
Is there really anything to talk about, though? Is there anything to talk about going on?
Oh, well, you know, if you're talking about coming in and, you know, people signing, no, there's not anything to talk about. That's our entire world upside down and everybody worrying that, you know, we're falling behind. Our neighbors up here where I am are actually getting people to commit to them, which is kind of crazy out of the transfer portal. So apparently they're moving into the new era, only a couple of years behind. But what's the latest there, Mr. Jones? What are you hearing from the transfer portal? Who is going to put their name on the line today, Alex? And if you don't have anybody, I might kick you out of the show.
Well, I don't know if you may have to kick me out because I don't know if anybody's going to sign today. But I mean, it's been a busy. I mean, you knew it was going to be from the start. You knew for last Friday when the transfer portal started, they were going to have guys in immediately just to kind of maximize time, with only having 2 weeks. And I mean, it's been every day. Guys have been in, guys that, we reported that have been in, but as you know, like there's going to be guys too that fly under the radar that visit too. So it's been a busy time.
Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. For sure. We were
sorry, quick breaks.
I know. Yeah, we cut a minute off almost all our breaks, and it's a little nuts. Yeah.
By the way, Jordan Newman is on campus. I mean, well, I'm going to say this. I have not confirmed that, but if it was on Gamecock Central, then those guys aren't. Those guys are credible. So there we go.
Right. Yeah.
So there, 28 tackles, 8 tackles for loss, and 6 sacks last year. So that's
yeah, this edge spot is going to be interesting with what they do.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you got the Chaz Coleman stuff. You got the Collins brothers with the Drew Collins being the edge. Like they've got some options there.
Jordan Norman, not Newman. My bad.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I think he's from Hoover, Alabama. So another Alabama guy, Birmingham, sophomore. So there's no Travian. I don't think there's a Travian Robertson connection there. But in the state of Darren Usher obviously has a lot of connections in the state of Alabama. But I like Jordan Norman. Sounds like Stormin' Norman. Had 4 tackles against Ole Miss. He's 6'4", 250, and a sophomore. So a couple of years in him. 6 sacks this year, 2.5 in 2024. So I'm sorry, this will be his 3rd year. So he'll be ESPN lied to me. Well, unless he redshirted his first year, so redshirt sophomore. So yeah, so from right away, he had a sack and a half first year as a true freshman. 2.5 sacks the next year, and 6 the next year. So he appears to be a good pass rusher and a disruptor. So that is going to be an interesting thing. Jordan Norman, 6'4", 250. Clint asked if Travian was familiar with him. So, yeah, I think so. I'm sorry. I screwed that up too. This information coming at me quick when I'm on the air during this time of the year. I'm going to sound like I'm just like I have a steel plate in my head and I stood next to a microwave sometimes because I'm getting it and I'm trying to process it so I don't screw up, but I will screw up anyway. So I said Travian didn't have much to do with him, but he came in 2023, which means he signed when Travian was on staff at Tulane.
Yeah.
So yes.
I didn't even put that I didn't even think about that connection, but that's
anybody from Tulane, because everybody's gotten in Tulane into the portal from Tulane the past however many years. Everybody's been like, Travian will get him, and never kind of works out. But this one, defensive lineman, was probably recruited by Travian. So Clint says it'll mess up part in my hair. The cowlick, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of crazy. Krager says Dabo's taking all defensive players. Yeah, they're trying to get better. I think they've done a pretty good job in the portal so far. Gamecock Depression said I'd sell my soul for Coleman. I love Coleman. Coleman's a specimen. He's good.
Upside's definitely there with him.
Yeah, there's the upside. Next season though, could Jordan Norman be productive? Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see. But Coleman, I was talking to Whittle earlier today on the phone or via text, and Whittle pointed out about Coleman too, just from a perception standpoint, because he was the number one guy. Everybody's talking about this guy. Everybody wants him, and rightfully so. He's extremely talented. I mean, this is a tough to block dude off the edge, pass rushing wise, and because you got to look at it 2 ways. You got to look at it, how good is he? How good can he be? Or 3 ways. How good is he right now? How good can he be in time? / how much time is left, and then how good will he be next year? You got to factor all those things in with the portal, and you can take some guys that have long runways that, especially if you have holes. You had freshmen from last year that left and things like that. So anyway, that's the deal there. Jordan Norman, productive sacker of the quarterback. 6 is a good number. That's how many Brian Thomas had 6 last year, made all SEC. That's a good number.
At that level, too. I mean, it's a group of 5 level, but that's still good numbers for that level.
I think, by golly, I think you're right, Alex. I think you're correct. So, Alex, you had some reporting today. Another offensive lineman enters the chat, and he is from, like I said, a smaller school that we've talked a lot about in college football this year. By the way, Keenan Nelson Jr. in the transfer portal, former Gamecock from Ohio State. Want to say that. We talked about a kid from Ferris State. I'll be honest, I like him. I think he's a big, tough Michigan kid. Visited Michigan State, but so maybe he wants to stay close to home. But tell us about this guy.
Yeah, I think he's coming off a visit from Michigan State, if I remember. And Ferris State's actually got, I think I remember this correctly. They have another guy that's getting some D1 looks to I think he's like a quarterback, kind of a do-it-all type of guy that's like a quarterback, running back, got incredible numbers. I think he's getting looked at too. But you sometimes see guys from this level who get that interest. They typically kind of work out, whether it be from a depth standpoint or if they can get on the field. And he's being pretty intriguing. Dane Arnett is his name, and he's have him listed as 6'5.5", 305, and interested to see kind of what you can learn about him from what they get on this visit, because in that offensive line room, I'm sure we'll probably say it multiple times on here, but not only do they need starters, but they need depth, just with what they lost in that room following last season. And the more bodies you can get in that room, the better. And they got 2 more visits coming in today.
Yeah, and then the other guys from Northern Arizona, he's kind of on the radar early. And he's a big offensive tackle. I called him Seth Small. It's Seth Smith. He's originally from Chandler, Arizona, so he's an Arizona kid. Carolina, if they lock some of these guys in, they're going to have a lot of geographic diversity.
Yeah.
I'm sure this kid knows who Spencer Rattler is from out there. But what can you tell us about Seth Smith?
Yeah, he'll be in later today, probably around 7:30. I think it's when he gets in. So the majority of his visit will be tomorrow. But another guy that you kind of look at, with what Randy Clemens and them have kind of, you see with Purvis and Miller so far, kind of from a size standpoint. This guy's 6'6", 285, and that's what we have listed on the profile. I need to look on his Northern Arizona profile. But just another guy that, I just think, with him, it's intriguing. He's a guy that's played a bunch of football. He didn't play early on in his career at Northern Arizona, but these past 2 years has played a lot of football and started a lot of football for Northern Arizona. And I think he's been pretty successful too. So again, just goes back to the numbers that they need in that room. Like, they're going to bring in a lot of these guys, and you had Bryant Williams in yesterday who wrapped up his visit. That's going to be another intriguing offensive tackle name to keep an eye on here these next few days. And it's been quite a number of offensive linemen they've brought in, but they need it.
Yeah, you got to get those numbers back. I think they got Paul Mubanga from LSU visited yesterday. Mubanga, that's how you say it? Mubanga or Mubanga?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure.
Paul, let's just go with Mubanga for poops and giggles. And I'll look it up. But Mubanga. Before we get to, it's Mubanga.
Mubanga.
I knew that. God bless Phil.
That's
Thank you, Phil. What would I do without Mad Dog?
Well,
Yeah, goodness gracious. Mubinga. Bean.
Oh,
it says Mubinga. All right, fine. I like saying that better than Paul Mubinga.
I like Binga. Yeah.
All right, let's just start this all over again. Right, Bobby. Let's just start this all over again. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not going to get debates with you people from the television media. You want the program, take the program. If not, anyway, let's just start this all over again. So we'll start all over again. Paul Mubinga. Made myself laugh because Clint spelled it out. Bean, God. Or Ja. Is it God or Ja? Come on. All right. Mubinga.
Close enough.
That's like speaking Thai or Vietnamese. All right. Mubinga. All right. 3, 2, 1. Paul Mubinga from LSU visited, and like he and DJ Chester both, and they're still in the mix for Chester as well. unless he's committed somewhere in the last 15 minutes, which is possible.
He may have did he go to Texas A&M? I think
I don't know.
Just
anyway. All right, let's start all over again with Bing. I'm trying to do a
sorry.
No, that's my fault because I got off track. All right, so Paul Mubinga from LSU visited yesterday, and he's a guy I like, and I like him and DJ Chester both because, like last year, they got in the mix on that offensive line. I think a lot of people are like, well, they see all these offensive linemen leaving LSU, and they weren't very good last year, and maybe there's something to that. But I think individually is how you have to look at this, and he's from Buford High School over in the Atlanta area, and I like him. I think a guy like that who's promising with another year, I think he's athletic enough. He moves well. He had some injuries this year too. I remember for South Carolina's game, I don't know that he played or maybe he was just questionable before. They had some guys banged up. But I like he and Chester both, the two guys from LSU. But what do you think about this guy? And I believe he's an interior guy that could slide out to tackle in certain situations, probably 80-90% interior as far as I'm seeing it. That's when he played at LSU. But your thoughts on him?
I think the versatility and the extra year of eligibility is something that kind of stands out with him because some of these guys they're bringing in could potentially be 1 year guys, but he could be Mubinga could be a guy that could mostly, like you said, play interior, but could slide out there if he needs it. And that's what you kind of need on an offensive line. You need some guys who have some versatility, like a Shed Surratt, who you saw this year, just because you're going to deal with injuries more than likely at that spot, and that kind of helps when you have that versatility. And with that LSU offensive line, I think the bar 2 years ago got set pretty high with that offensive line with Will Campbell and those guys, just because that had some first round picks and draft picks on that team, and I think probably just didn't play all that well this year on the offensive line, but also, as you mentioned, dealt with some injuries. But with Mubinga, he is intriguing. I mentioned to see, I think he may have been at Arkansas yesterday or today, but he was in, and it sounded like the visit went well, and now you just kind of wait and see. But he'd be a really solid pickup for that interior to go along with Purvis and Miller so far on the interior.
Yeah, I definitely like that. I like Purvis. I think we've nicknamed him Baymax.
Yes,
for the Disney cartoon because he kind of looks like Baymax a little bit. It's just a massive mountain of a man, and I saw an interview with Purvis too. He's kind of scary, kind of just one of these kind of guys that just looks you and just like he just looks like he's ready to hit somebody. And then Carter Miller, I watched the interview with him because I try to get kind of and look, I'm not a psychologist, so maybe I'm wrong, but watching Carter Miller and then seeing kind of getting an idea of what he's all about. I thought during the interview after he's talking about his tattoos, he's going to get on a motorcycle and speed off into the Orlando sunset. I mean, at UCF, and he's an old country Tennessee guy too. He's from up around Nashville, where my office used to be, Ravenwood High and Brentwood. Has been to a lot of schools: James Madison, Monroe, UCF. Now he's in the SEC. But I gotta, just the. Sometimes with offensive lineman demeanor, you could tell more than with other positions. Mm-hmm. Let's just say I like the demeanor. I like the demeanor with both those guys. So that's the deal there. Clint's throwing names at me.
Purvis is interesting just because you look at him and like he's listed at 6'5", 360, but he carries it really well, like just solid.
He's not.
And can move. I've seen some film of him. Like he can move, and you're going to need to have that in this offense with Kendall Browse. Like these linemen are going to have to be able to move, and he's big and solid, but he can move.
Yeah, they wouldn't have taken him if he wouldn't been able to move. He's probably going to be. He could be sneaky good, I think.
I think to him now different positions on the offensive line, but Bryant Williams is kind of the same way, just big, solid. It carries the weight really well and seems like kind of in shape, but can also move really well. So, again, you're going to have that in that offense.
Yeah, I was talking to Phil about Bryant Williams earlier. And I got a little theory on him because first it was Florida State all the way. He comes to Carolina, and you talked to him.
Mm-hmm.
So you tell me what your impression was after you talked to him.
Yeah, I mean, South Carolina made a really big impression on him. And, I mean, he kind of talked about when I asked him, kind of what's going to go into your decision, what are some factors that are going to go into your commitment. And he kind of just talked about, the mentality of the team, the quarterback. And he mentioned Lenore Sellers. He mentioned having to go up against Dylan Stewart, that's going to help him and how he was excited for the opportunity. And I think this one's probably going to come down to South Carolina and Arkansas. He's in Fayetteville today, and he told me last night that he probably wants to make a decision by tomorrow. So we'll see. I think South Carolina's in a really good spot. He went to Florida State and had some really good comments publicly about Florida State, but I don't know if Florida State's in this one. I think it's South Carolina and Arkansas for him, and he's a really good player.
What concerns me about him is usually portal players, you don't worry about it, but this is a kid that was not a highly regarded recruit, obviously ended up at Louisiana going through kind of the big time recruiting process for the first time. Sometimes you think, well, I'm not saying he's indecisive or anything like that, but it could be like the last one is the best one at all times with him. And Arkansas is closer to home. I don't know what their budget is, though, and money does talk.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if I get the sense from him that that's going to be the case where it's, he goes to Arkansas and they end up being the leader. It very well could be. Again, I think it comes out of South Carolina, Arkansas, but I think South Carolina made a very big impression on him from everybody in the building, like you mentioned to me last night, kind of having a plan and just the things he mentioned that he and his dad just came away very impressed. So, I think, you try to survive this Arkansas visit, but without a doubt, they're going to be kind of right into the middle of this decision, and I think they're still in a good spot.
Yeah, I definitely hope so. And I will tell you that people inside the building share your confidence in getting him, and they were confident after Florida State. So I don't know, but glad you got that. That's some good intel there, because that first person interaction. I know you're not a psychologist either, Alex, but you're getting good at reading these guys, man. That's good. Very good.
Yeah.
That way.
Sometimes it can be hard to tell being in a phone conversation, but I think you could just tell how much he was impressed with what he saw yesterday.
Yeah, that's good too. And he's definitely a tackle. Could he be a right? Yes, he was a left at Louisiana. You start thinking about getting he and Jacarius Peak, and that's I think even if Josiah does not come back or not get in the portal, I think that's you've upgraded, most likely.
I don't definitely have competition there. Throw Shivers in there too.
Shivers and Demola Ajidahoon.
Yeah.
There's a lot more competition there and things like that, but maybe not definitely upgraded. And in my mind, I was thinking without Case and Henry, with a healthy Case and Henry, I don't know, maybe not. And I'm talking individually too. And because at different times, Case played really well before he got hurt, but Josiah was struggling. And then Josiah got a little better. And then Tree was pretty good. And then Tree went. Yeah. And then Shed Surratt, who, I don't know if he's a natural tackle. He can play tackle. I don't think he's tackling in the NFL. I think he's a guard, but play tackle fine. I thought he held his own. So, Josiah Thompson is in the portal, according to Hale last night.
Yeah, there was a different story this morning. So,
that he's not in the portal yet, or is in the portal?
That he has not gone in officially entered his name into the portal. Like it's not official.
He announced it on
that was Sunday.
Yeah,
Sunday.
Yeah. So 2 days.
My gut feeling is he gets in with Josiah. I'm not overly confident he comes back, but the door is open. I also don't necessarily think that. Go ahead.
I was going to say, if you're South Carolina, though, you have to prepare like he's not coming back. Like you can't just you're going to have guys ready for that spot, obviously, and that's obvious. But
yeah, I can't do that. So, Desmond Umazulu, there's a Desmond Umazulu commercial or Yumi Zulu commercial commercial discussion has broken out in the ITG chat box. Kreger says, I wish Desmond Umazulu would have taken that spot opposite Stewart. He's had every opportunity. I agree with you. But you also have to keep in mind, too, he did get better, and the coaches love Brian Thomas Jr. They love him. I don't even know if Jaylen Brown starts over Brian Thomas Jr. last year. I think Jaylen Brown plays a whole lot.
Yeah.
And maybe ends up being too good to keep off the field. But there we go. Krager said he still can. Yeah, he was one that was going to take a while. I'm not saying I was disappointed in how he played last season. Would I have liked to have seen him make a bigger impact? Yes, absolutely. Clint says he's got one more shot. Hope he balls out. I met his mom at the Citrus Bowl and told her that Krager said she's my favorite. He's my favorite player in the class. She was really nice, high energy lady. So Eric asked again, what's going on with Josiah Thompson? So reset it for us, Alex. Tell us, because I can sit here and talk all day about it, but it's your segment. It's your smorgasbord. We're just living in it and eating from it. Tell us, just recap it for everybody out there.
So, Sunday, I think it was Sunday afternoon, maybe Sunday morning, he put on social media that he was going to plan to enter the transfer portal. And, I don't think he's officially in yet. I'm not 100% sure on that. I know what Phil said earlier. And there has been some talk about a Georgia visit, too, over on the Georgia 24/7 site. So something still to kind of watch, but I kind of leaned the way JC was leaning earlier that I don't know if he's going to be back.
I would lean that way too. I would definitely lean that way too.
It just seems like it's too much smoke at this point on that, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Matt says that he's allowed to take visits and talk to schools legally without being in the portal. His agent is able to talk to people, but he's not actually. That's the whole purpose of the portal. The portal doesn't stop players from leaving.
Yeah.
The portal keeps schools from talking to them. And I don't know anything. I can easily find out about the Georgia thing, but we'll see. We'll see kind of what happens with all of that moving forward. But yeah, you hate to lose anybody, especially a highly rated guy from in-state. I think the situation could easily be resolved. I think they'd love to have him back, but I don't know. Hale had an interesting answer about it yesterday about a lot of different factors. And so we'll see how it all plays out at the end of the day. But no, Matt, to answer your question, unless he's officially in the portal, you can't do that. So the visitors yesterday, there were a lot of visitors yesterday. Nitro Tuggle is a name people are talking about. I heard this morning continued positive vibes about the Gamecocks. They do have to survive a Vanderbilt visit. I think Carolina's in good shape now. I haven't heard anything to change my mind on that. What say you about Nitro?
Yeah, I feel the same way. He had a really good visit, seemed to make a pretty good impression there, and now it's just about surviving that Vanderbilt visit. Vanderbilt lost Trey Richardson, who was a really good receiver that they had in the portal last year. That's going to be pretty highly sought after. I think that guy saw he's visiting Texas and some of those schools. But so they're kind of in need of a receiver, kind of like Nitro Tuggle, and I think he kind of fits that mold of what they had in Trey Richardson. So, but I think he's one that, with what you got in Jaden Gibson already, maybe take two in that room. I know there's been some other names out there, but, in that wide receiver room, I think you're only going to take two that you feel like could help you right away. I think I don't think you're going to take somebody that you feel like is going to be kind of a developmental type of guy. So I think Nitro Tuggle fits kind of what they're looking for. Obviously, Lenora Sellers has had an eye on him with what he posted on his Instagram story last week. So they made a big impression on him. Now it's just this weekend, or I guess maybe today and into tomorrow, surviving that Vanderbilt visit. Because Vanderbilt's been doing pretty good in the portal these past 2 years.
Yeah. It's also a little closer to home, Indiana. It's actually an hour and 5 minutes. Near South Bend is his hometown.
Mm-hmm.
So you just go Indianapolis, Louisville. Between Indianapolis and Louisville is a bear of a drive. And then Louisville to Nashville. But, go ahead.
I think he's pretty impressive. He had 500 yards receiving on that Purdue team this year. That wasn't all that great. So you have to wonder, what he would do in an offense that kind of like a Kendall Browse offense where these wide receivers are going to get a lot of touches.
And obviously there's a connection with Lenore Sellers. I don't know what Vanderbilt's going to do at quarterback next year. Jared Curtis would be one guy, possibly the kid from up here, Jack Elliott, Coach Muschamp's son. Yeah. It's going to be a battle. So, you could sell that to him too, I guess. But we'll see kind of how it all shakes out. I feel pretty good about that based on what I heard this morning. But, you never know. And there's, his mom and family, they're going to have a little bit to say about it as well. And proximity does still matter when all things are equal, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I did hear he had a fantastic visit to South Carolina yesterday. Have you heard anything on Randy Pittman, the H-back from Florida State?
I haven't, and that was something I was trying to see if I could figure out how the visit went, but has been a little bit quiet there. I know he's got the Oklahoma State and SMU visit, but I think he'd be a nice fit at tight end with what you've seen from him, what he did at Florida State. Like, I think he could fit perfectly into that H-back type of role that you see in some of these Kendall Browse types of offenses. Like, that'd be a big pickup if they could land him.
The more I think about him, and then based on some feedback I shared at the end of the show the other day from Florida State contacts, so Florida State folks, some of the folks I know, they're not afraid to bash a guy and kick him in the butt on the way out the door, no matter how good he is. But they were honest about, about him. They're like, that guy's a stud. And if you think about kind of what Gus Malzahn does on offense and how he used him, some direct snaps around the goal line, he's not really a tight end. He's more of an all-purpose Jaheim Bell, Keel Pollard type of guy. That's who I've been comparing him to. He's about 6'2", 237, so he's built more like a running back than receiver. I just kind of guys like that. And now in the offense last year, waste.
Yeah,
I mean, just because they needed traditional tight ends like Brady Hunt. Kendall Browse uses all kinds of different guys, and again, that's kind of reinforces my theory that college football should look more to high school football for ideas all the way around than the NFL, because it's more applicable. Because in high school, maybe you do have a guy like that who's a tweener, but he's great with the ball in his hands, so you use him in different ways. You use what you have, and so I'm almost quietly excited about the possibility there for Randy Pittman. I think he could end up being a really good player. I know we talked to hell yesterday about Peyton Lewis, the running back, maybe visiting, and Clint, that's his favorite player of all time. I'm just kidding. Clint likes him. I like him too. I like Peyton Lewis. Yeah. But anything lately on him other than what was recently reported by Hale?
He's going to Virginia. I think he committed there.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh. See.
And that was one that I thought it could be one of the Virginia schools just because he's from that way. I thought, whenever he first got into the portal, I wondered if South Carolina would get involved, but I think you also had to watch Virginia Tech and Virginia.
And if you're Virginia too, you probably would pay him more than you would pay than South Carolina would, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So UVA. I'm so sorry, Clint. I didn't mean to bring that up. I'm sorry. I didn't. I review what I can about South Carolina every day and stuff like that, but my bad. This is a disaster of a segment. I couldn't say Mabinga. I choked my class myself up. I missed the Peyton Lewis news. I didn't know about this kid from Tulane visiting. Who am I? Have I lost a step? I don't know. Nah, it's portal season, man. This stuff's hard to keep up with, right?
I'm interested to follow running back, kind of what happens in the portal at running backs. Obviously, we've talked about they need one. They had Nate Palmer in, and I haven't heard much on that visit. Coming out of that visit, he still had Wisconsin and Missouri visits coming up, so we'll see there. But without a doubt, they got to get at least one in the portal.
Yeah, you can't go through the season with three. No. There's plenty out there too.
Yeah.
So a couple of questions from Elliot in the chat box, and we'll let you know. Clint, I agree. He'll do really well at UVA. They could make him the feature back in that offense, and I think he'd be pretty good in the ACC. Because he wasn't bad at Tennessee. He was just, they were kind of recruited. Like, he didn't take that job. They had two more guys that were.
Yeah, they normally do well at running back in that.
Deshaun Bishop and then Storm was it? Storm Thornton?
Yeah, something.
Star Thomas.
Yeah.
Either Storm or Star.
Yeah.
One of those S words. But both were really good backs. So, but looking at his stats yesterday, it did kind of make me think, well, because Carolina's even under Spurrier, offensive stats just are ugly. And not that matters. Winning and losing is what matters. But looking at Tennessee's offensive stats, I'm like, these make total sense, and this is the type of offense Carolina's about to run, so that should be a good thing. So one more thing, couple things from Elliot here. Number one, could you see Carolina landing some commitments today? Maybe. I think yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it could be. They're in a good spot for a few guys, so it could be one today, maybe more.
I'm thinking.
It's so hard to tell in the portal. It's so some of these things are so fluid, not just from the recruiting standpoint, but decisions and things like that, like making things public.
Yeah, portal's crazy. Y'all done a great job, by the way. Just want to say that.
Thank you.
And I can say it and not be biased. I can just
That's right.
As a
completely neutral opinion right now.
Content. It's a completely neutral opinion. And Elliot asked, "What's the latest on Chaz Coleman?" I think Carolina's got a seat at the table. Will it work out? I don't know. Honestly, did I say I called him Josh Norman? Jordan Norman. I called him Josh Newman. Jordan Norman from Tulane. Jeez, JC.
It's portal season. It's crazy. There's so many different names to remember. It's easy to mess up.
Yeah. Jordan Norman. Jordan Norman may be more ready to go. Jordan Norman's not as talented, not as upset.
The outside.
That's right. Yeah. Not as.
But yes, I would be very happy if they got Chess. But don't get me wrong. I think he's a stud. And freshman to sophomore year, he will take a jump in productivity. But how do you see that thing going? I mean, there's the word on the national end of it was Ohio State isn't going to let him go. They ain't going to let him go anywhere else. In other words, they're going to pay whatever it takes to get him. I think South Carolina's well budgeted for an edge like that. And obviously, he knows Deion Barnes. I think there has been contact. There's been interest. I think Carolina's in it. Your thoughts?
Yeah, there was the talk early, kind of before the transfer portal, was South Carolina going to be involved just because of the Deion Barnes connection from Penn State. And it seemed like it, maybe cooled off or was just kind of flying on the radar. And then you started to see some national kind of reports come out talking about a South Carolina visit potentially yesterday. And, then the coaches went up there to visit him. And, I think, now the next thing to watch is, does he visit South Carolina? And to be honest, I was a little bit surprised that he hadn't committed yet. I thought it'd be a pretty quick commitment just from an Ohio State standpoint. Like I thought, it seemed like it was going to be in Ohio State just the talk out there and, as close to home for him. But hasn't, made a commitment yet. And obviously, South Carolina's trying to get involved here. And now I think it's just, does he visit South Carolina here these next 2 weeks or before a decision's made? That's what's going to be there to watch.
Yeah. If he visits, that could be pretty good there. But elite first step, Chaz Coleman. Good body type, too.
Same thing you say with Dylan Stewart, pretty much.
That's how you draw him up. Yeah, not as thick of a player. Dylan's probably got about, I don't know. Dylan may have 10 pounds on him, but maybe not when Dylan was a freshman. So Paul McJunkin said Chaz was looking for 1.5 million or more. That's a lot. I don't. I think he's probably a 7-figure guy. That's a little high, but McJunkin, if you use common sense, which I don't always use. If Ohio State's not going to let him go, then it could get as high as that. Which is good. But Carolina's right there. We'll see. I two things that we're talking about that I don't feel great. I would be lying if I said I feel great about Josiah Thompson coming back and Chaz Coleman coming to South Carolina. I don't feel great. Doesn't mean that they're not. Doesn't mean it won't be wrong. I kind of just shut down the Chaz Coleman talk completely yesterday until, people started tracking the school plane to Ohio. That's awesome. But so we'll see sort of what happens there at the end of the day. Alex, I know you're working really hard, dude.
Yeah, man.
Go have a snack and be sure to stay hydrated and all that good stuff. And we'll holla at you next week. So the portal will be 1 day from closing next Smorgasbord.
Feels like a long way away.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Let's hope we make it.
Yeah.
Sorry we didn't talk about basketball. We'll return to our basketball discussion after all this portal madness is over.
It's a big game this weekend. They got a chance to at least get a little momentum this weekend.
Play the Dogs at home. Yeah, Carolina historically does well against Georgia in basketball. So, but Georgia's really good this year, though. They can score.
Yeah.
All right, brother, man. Thanks for another excellent smorgasbord.
Appreciate y'all. See y'all next week.
Thanks, bud. The pride of Hampton County, Alex Jones, joins us each and every Thursday. He's from thebigspur.com for the Gamecock Smorgasbord. Phil, the Mad Dog, and I will be back with more of your questions from the ITG chat box. Want to remind everybody, do 3 things for me when you get off if you hadn't already. 4, actually. Number 1, if you're watching on YouTube or you're on YouTube, please hit subscribe on our YouTube channel. It's totally free. All these things are free. Okay. Then go to X and follow at Gamecock Show. That's free too. And then go to Instagram and follow at Inside the Gamecocks. That's free too. And then go to the App Store and download, or Google Play, and download the Chief Sports app. Do all those things for us for free. We will appreciate it so very much. I appreciate D's Wings for sponsoring the show. It's delicious. There's ample parking over in West Columbia. You missed the wing and pitcher of beer special, but there's still great specials there. Still great food. Like I told you, my stepson loves it. He thinks it's the best thing ever. Quite frankly, I do too. D's Wings, West Columbia, proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks, the show, the morning show, everything we do here. Also, we're built by the Barn Co. Be sure to check that out if you're building a home. My wife is probably going to make me build a barn dominium if we move back, if we move back and build instead of purchase. So the Barn Co. Be sure to check that out. Long-time proud title sponsors of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, and the show right here on Chief Sports. Tiffany asked, what if you've done all 4 of those things? Well, then just pray for us, dude.
That's right. And tell your friends to spread the word.
Yeah, spread the word. Every one of you has a Gamecock group chat going.
Yeah,
just go put that. And the socials are most important. So just go say, hey, follow this on X. It's a good account. Or go subscribe. The YouTube channel would be number 1. Say subscribe on the YouTube channel.
Support your local independent content creators. Meaning us.
Hey, that is eloquent with how you put that. All right, we'll be back to wrap things up right here on Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
2026 is the year of the Barn Dominium, and the Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home for your family. Make your dream a reality. Change your life today. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
Welcome to SEC Sunday Night, part of the Chief Sports Network. Every Sunday night at 8 p.m. on the Chief Sports app, the Chief Sports YouTube channel, and on our X accounts. Hosted by Rob Williams and Craig McMichael, talking the week that was and what's to come in the SEC. Join us every week for SEC Sunday Night on the Chief Sports Network.
Oh man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Tune in every Friday at 9 a.m. to the 4-Quarter Friday High School Show on the Chief Sports Network.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks of the show. Final segment of the show here on a Thirsty Thursday with myself, Phil Mad Dog Mullinax, JC Sherbert over there, diving headlong into the transfer portal news, rumors, noise. Most of it's noise right now, JC. I mean, there's not much news other than this person is physically here and they're physically going somewhere else. And then maybe they cancel the trip to somewhere else and sign here, which is what you want all of the good prospects to do. You listen, I am not worried. I am not letting it phase me because there are still plenty of days left in this whole transfer situation. And there are still plenty of good, talented players out there who, I don't know, might actually be playing maybe tonight or this weekend. So there will be people from those teams as well who might be looking for new homes. With that thought, I was thinking about this earlier during the morning show. How much attrition do you think there will be at Ole Miss after they finally end this run?
I don't know. Right now, it probably seems like people are going to stay together. Trinidad Chambliss, I don't know if he has much of a case. He's trying to get a year 6. But he, I just don't know. I think Ole Miss is doing a good job. I think Pete Golding will keep that program going. I don't know about the level it's at now. They could win, and a lot of times though, let's say they do. I think it almost, as far as attrition goes, it probably hurts them to go win the whole thing.
Right.
Because the people, you get a sense after you win the whole thing, all right, well, what's next? And I'm sure Kiffin's going to take some of those players. I think some of them may have considered following Kiffin if it hadn't been for how it was handled. So
the way everything went down. Yeah, I was going to, that was one of my thoughts is I wonder if the way he handled all of this has kind of turned some of them off from crossing the border over there.
That's just that's going to get really interesting. So Lane Kiffin's managed to keep the attention on him because of all this stuff during his former team making a college football playoff run. So that's I don't know.
I haven't heard anything about that. Paul McJunkin chimes in. Do you think Kiffin did tamper with the Washington QB? Would not surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me either. But at the same time, the Washington QB, I'm sure, has an agent, and that representative is not encumbered by any sort of calendar or qualifications.
The guy, apparently it was all over X because this guy is the same guy that was handling Nico. I'll read this.
Imagine that.
This is pretty interesting because my guy that runs on 3, Shannon, he mentioned this. So Coach, was it Cordell Landers is his name. Actually follows me on Twitter. I don't know. Played at Florida. He was so he was the one that called Pete Nakos from On3 BITCH last year when he was talking about Nico leaving Tennessee. Turns out Pete was absolutely correct. And so then today, Pete, so Damon Williams' dad, this Cordell Landers posted a screenshot because Pete Thamel reported that Cordell Landers was convincing Damon Williams to go against his own agency. And, so it's not the agent, it's this guy. And so Cordell Landers tweets, I was thinking about not saying anything. These dudes from On3 Sports will say and do anything for clicks. Creating false narratives is what they do. From and Damon's dad, wish you had me on this one, but it's always true. Suck it easy, Pete. So what he's clearly doing is confusing Pete Thamel with Pete Nakos. Shannon Terry retweets it and goes, Pete Thamel doesn't work for On3, dumbass. He's like, remember BITCH Nakos is On3. And then Stephen Godfrey, who's really funny, he chimes in. He's like, hey, at Pete Nakos, be right back. BRB, changing your profile on my phone. Oh my goodness gracious.
There's so much drama right now with this whole transfer portal thing. It's like crazy.
Everybody's
Landers.
Okay. Everybody's just, some people are getting after Shannon. These people that are out there that are mad about On3 turning off comments on X because they can't go behind the paywall. Look, I'd probably do the same thing. I probably will once I have a premium subscription thing. Look, people have to make a living. We don't do this for free. Okay. No. And everything has a subscription now. So it's not like, it used to be where you had to be I'm not going to pay that. If you, there's 27 cents a day. You used to pay 50 cents a day for the local paper, right? You didn't just go steal the paper, did you? Did you steal the paper? Were you one of those people that stole it out of people's driveways? Do you still cable?
Put the quarter in the machine and take them all out?
I mean, come on. And it's just that whole attitude sometimes you get on X with these people that hang out there all day. No, most of them really do need to subscribe somewhere because they don't really know much of anything. They just have self-important hot takes based on feelings, assumptions, and rumors, and it really kind of sucks. But yeah, so but this guy that was involved with Nico, he showed his butt and came after Pete, and then the Nico thing was absolutely correct. And now Pete Thamel, who works for ESPN, say what you want about him and his political views and opinions. He's a professional reporter, just like Pete Nakos is, that works for the Worldwide Leader. And if he's reporting that Damon Williams went against his own agency and that this guy was the culprit, you can take that to the bank, that it's corroborated with about 5 or 6 different sources. I worked at ESPN. Whenever you report something like this, and I'm not talking about TV guys, because obviously Kirk Herbstreit reported 18 years ago, Kirk Herbstreit reported Les Miles was going to Michigan, and he didn't.
There's a different standard for the written word than
there's a different standard. When you're reporting something, they have editors and fact checkers and stuff like that. They run stuff through before they let that get out. And so I believe Pete Thamel on the report. And there are people like this that, and I'm not saying Cordell Landers is a bad guy. I mean, I don't know why. I don't know why he follows me on Twitter. I know him. I think I know him from back in the day when I did recruiting. But you have to deal with stuff like that, right? And there's a track record now with how Nico handled things. Right, so I don't blame Shannon for doing that. And everybody that's on X that wants to light Shannon up because they don't want to pay the $9.99 a month or whatever it is now, and you're trying to steal from him because that's what it is. It's stealing.
Right.
Then you probably just need to check yourself and get a life. And I know our audience probably, a lot of you aren't members of the Big Spur or Gamecock Central or anything like that. And that's fine too. Nobody's saying that you have to subscribe, but you're not entitled to the information. Nobody's entitled to that. It's not, we don't live, at least as of now, in some communist collective where everybody gets everything. This is America. And I don't know. I try to do a good job balancing taking care of, when I had one, when I taking care of my subscribers and my audience, you're news, hard news now. You can't keep that behind a paywall either. That's the thing too. I think sometimes, news is important to get out. Hard news. In other words, so-and-so is committed. So-and-so is going here. This is this guy's visiting here. The news is hard to keep in. It's not even in your interest if you're to put the hard news behind the paywall, but it's the nuance and the insider stuff and the behind the scenes stuff. People work too hard to do that. You're not entitled to that at all, and some folks out there that want to sit there and give On3 a hard time for doing that. You're not entitled to comment on what they put out. You're not entitled. You don't have to read it. You're not entitled to steal their information. I'm sorry. That's just some of the comments I've seen are just absolutely asinine. Wake up. And that's why I don't really like X, but our audience doesn't really like X either.
No,
Yeah. And I've never seen somebody that listens to our show, the thousands that do, that I can identify. Because like Elliot here, he's in on the chat box through X. I've never seen any of you guys act that way on X. I think it's a certain type of person that does it, and they're worse.
Yeah, we do get our X followers happen to be a bit more discerning than
they're either like casual fans who don't care enough about it, because you look at their profile, Phil, and there's like 28 tweets about politics, and then some off-colored, behind a paywall. I can say anything I want, you'd never say to somebody's face, and toward a sports person, and they don't, they bring nothing to the general, to the virtual town square, as they call it. I mean, they add nothing to anything. Some of them are just kind of casual fans but that's fine. We love casual fans. I mean, it's like, maybe you just like to listen to the show every day. You like sports talk. You don't really care that much about the details. Fine. Don't pop off about it. Nobody cares what you think. These are businesses. You wouldn't walk into a bar and be like, I can't believe you're charging me for this beer. Not only that, on nickel beer night, because it's it's $1 to join On3 right now. So you're walking on nickel beer night and demand it for free. Crazy people.
$1 to join On3 right now?
Or it was. I don't know. It frequently is $1 to join on.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they and 24/7 often run specials all the time. Yeah.
Brandon's one of our good X followers too. And a lot of people consume the show on X. So I'm fine with it. I just, I some of these comments, but
again, give us a repost.
I mean, I'm biased. I've known Shannon for years, and really, obviously he's a mentor of mine, and he's right. So I was going to stand up for him a little bit.
I don't know him personally, but I love the way that he will bite back. Like, he's not just sitting there taking it, right? He's like, no, dumbass.
Where do you think I learned it from?
Right.
I mean, why do you think sometimes yours truly is not above biting back, my friend?
No.
Because nobody should be able to take that. I mean, nobody should have to take stuff like that, dude. And especially when you're going to get all these people fired up about. I mean, again, it's like walking into the bar and wanting to riot because you're not giving away free beer. I just don't understand. Don't understand at all. All right, let's hit the music, brother. Let's get out of here. It's been a great Thirsty Thursday, Smorgasbord Thursday. We're changing Monday to Meatloaf Monday, folks. I hope you're ready for it.
Yeah, that's right. You should be. And we hope you appreciate it.
If it's not this Monday, I think it will be this Monday. It'll definitely be the next. But we're going to put Mad Dog Monday on the shelf until football season, where he can be mad again. And then
let's hope not.
It's all meatloaf. let's hope there's more positive.
Let's hope it's
and all that good stuff. All right, so thanks for listening today. Stay tuned to our YouTube channel, by the way. If there is a significant amount of breaking news this afternoon, we could have a special also right on the podcast channel that you can now find on Inside the Gamecocks, the show and podcast on Spotify, Apple, Amazon Music. Shut my mouth. We're on Amazon now, dude.
Yeah, we're everywhere.
Alexa, play Inside the Gamecocks. So Clint says Beamer's visiting Catawba Ridge tomorrow. Dobson would be the centerpiece of the 27 class. I'm hearing a lot of Oklahoma for him right now. Josh Dobson. Good player. Great player.
Yeah.
So we'll see sort of what happens. It's early for the 2027 kids, but I'm not going to sit here and lie. Like for 26, I was like, South Carolina is probably going to get most of these guys. I can't sit here and tell you that right now because when you have a down year and you know, with portal guys, you know, it's like, well, guys, you know, Beamer could be on the hot seat. Well, I don't care. I'm going there for 1 year and getting, you know, high six figures to do it. Who cares? I'm going out. I'm going down with him. I'm going down with the ship.
Going down with the ship.
For a high school guy, though, that does matter. And so when you run into this situation, high school gets a little trickier. So, but I hope so, Clint. I really do. For the Mad Dog, JC Sherbert, there's been another episode of Inside the Gamecocks show. We'll be back tomorrow. Matt Anderson, the late night Gamecock himself, will join us for his normal Friday co-hosting thing. Travis, thank you so much. As I love listening, makes the day go by. Yes, sir. That's what we're here for. And we hope you're all back here tomorrow. And we'll see you then. This is the show. Signing off. Holla.